I'll check to see if anyone's outside or not. So far, so good? Okay.
Ready to go? You have not heard from Quincy. All right.
There are a couple people outside.
It is 6:30, and I would like to welcome everyone to the October 7, 2020 regular meeting of the Holland City Council. We'll begin with a roll call. Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Byrd. Peters.
Here.
Garcia.
Here.
Trethewey.
Here.
Arsworst.
Here.
Corbin. Hoekstra.
Here.
Raymond.
Here.
Mayor Box.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We're going to begin this evening's meeting, as we have for many decades. We're going to open with prayer, immediately followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I would ask that you would join us if you would like. Please join me in prayer. Lord, thank you for every seat that has been filled here today, for each mind and heart that fills the presence of this room. We thank you. Only you truly know what we're setting out to accomplish today. We have an idea, a vision, hints, and daily instructions. We have talents, abilities, and time to work. However, only you can see the perfect detail of the end of every beginning. Every project, every season, every life. Nothing is ever in vain, for even mistakes and missteps are used for good. Let us be good listeners. Let us hear before we speak. Let us think before we act. Let us learn from those around us so that we can make the best decisions possible for those that we serve. Bless this meeting today. Bless all those that are present, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterward. Ready us to make every moment count. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next is our consent agenda. There are a number of items that are on our agenda that are considered to be fairly routine, that have been reviewed by council in the packet ahead of time. We will be acting on all of those items in one vote. However, any member of the audience may ask that an item be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda in its regular order on the agenda, as well as council members may do that as well. And in anticipation of that, Kathy, would you please review the consent agenda?
4A, excuse the absence of Councilmember Byrd. 4B, approval of minutes, September 16th, 2020 regular meeting, September 23rd, 2020 study session. 4C, oaths of office. 4D, Board of Public Works, 8th Street Water Main Reconstruction, Walnut Avenue to US 31. 4E, City Clerk, acceptance of grant funds from Center for Tech and Civic Life COVID-19 Response Grant. 4F, City Clerk, Cranes in the City, off-premise tasting room license resolution. 4G, Finance, bank resolution to add new finance director to Fifth Third bank accounts. 4H, Finance, resolution for UBS Investments to add new finance director. 4I, Finance, resolution for Pershing LLC to add new finance director. 4J, Finance, July financial reports. 4K, Finance, tax abatement, set public hearing for PA 198 tax abatement for Copes Inc., 881 Productions Place. 4L, Finance, designated assessor agreement. 4M, Management and Administrative Services, adopt a resolution setting a public hearing for December 2nd, 2020 for the disposition of properties at the intersection of Interchange Drive and M40 and West 29th Street. 4N, Management and Administrative Services, revocable license agreement. 652 Central Avenue, Snowmelt system installation. 4O, Management and Administrative Services, revocable license agreement, 809 South Washington Avenue, trench drain and snowmelt.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any members of the audience who would like to have an item removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda? Seeing none. Any member of council that would like to have an item removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda? None there either. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Motion to adopt agenda as presented.
Moved by Trethewey. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Garcia. Any discussion? Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Peters?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Trethewey?
Yes.
Arnshorst?
Yes.
Corbin? Hoekstra?
Yes.
Raymond?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is public comment. In every meeting of Holland City Council, in fact, of all of our boards and commissions, we have a time period for public comment. There will actually be multiple opportunities for public comment this evening. The way that we do public comment is we do have a general public comment period where you may address council on any matter that you would like to address council on, unless that item appears later on the agenda. There are at least 2 items on the agenda later on that I believe that there are members of the public that are here to speak on. One would likely be the 10th Street bicycle path. The other one would likely be the proposed gas station at 40th and Lincoln. We will have individual comment periods for each one of those items. So if you have something that you would like to speak to other than one of those 2 items or any other item that's on the agenda later, you may come to the podium and do that now. We do have certain rules and policies of this body. You will be speaking to council. This is not two-way conversation. This is one-way communication from you to council. And we do ask that you limit your comments to 5 minutes. You'll see that our city manager is getting the timer out and getting that ready. There are 3 lights on the dais that will be controlled by that little machine in front of him. There's a green light, a yellow light, and a red light. Green light means you're doing well on time. Yellow light means you have 1 minute left. Red light means your time has expired, and we are very strict about that. Now, having said that, is there anyone here who would like to address council this evening on an item that's not otherwise on the agenda? If so, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I will close the general public comment period. Next item on the agenda, special order of the day, public hearings, downtown parking operations and maintenance assessment, adopt a resolution for fiscal year 21 final assessment roll. Mr. Van Beek, and I think you're going to do a handoff on that, I'm guessing.
We'll make it quick. Mr. Van Dyken will take the next 3 items.
Thank you. Mr. Van Dyken.
Good evening, Council. It's a beautiful evening here in Holland, Michigan. The next 3 items on your agenda, the past 2 times we've been here, we've handled all 3 together. These are the downtown assessments for parking, Snowmelt, and the principal shopping district. The respective bodies sent you unanimous recommendations to approve these assessments for the coming fiscal year in order to hopefully help address the COVID pandemic and its impact on some of our downtown business owners. Just for a real quick refresher, the parking assessment would be a 5% reduction. The principal shopping district would be a 10% reduction, and the Snowmelt assessment would remain flat for this year instead of its typical 3% increase. Again, I can go deeper into this if you would like me to. But we have talked about this at length, and this is the final of the 3 meetings that are required to approve this assessment.
Great, thank you. And just for clarification, these are items 7A, B, and C that we're going to be doing public hearings on this evening.
Correct.
Are we going to be doing a separate public hearing on item 7D? That's the approval of the fiscal year 2019, 2020.
CAPE
That'll
will
be a
be
separate,
separate,
and we'll do a
yes.
public hearing on that one as well. Okay.
And just for your information, Mr. Mayor, I do believe we have a gentleman here to speak to the parking assessment.
Okay. At the public hearing portion of
Public
this.
hearing portion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Any questions from council for Mr. Van Dyken? All right, great. Thank you, Matt. I will now open the public hearing on items 7A, 7B, and 7C. This is the opportunity for any member of the public to speak in regard to any one of those 3 items. If you'd like to address council, please come forward and please state your name and address for the record.
Are you gonna clean this today, or, I mean,
Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you very
You've done
much.
So many things, huh?
you saw it last time, I thought you did such a great job.
He is
It's one thing, sir. It's
Yeah.
one thing.
he's a phenomenal multitasker, but he's got a lot going on over there. So thank you. Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Scott Bauman, I own a building downtown Holland, that's why I'm here, 50 East State Street. I'm here because of the amount of the taxes. I just think at this point that the percentages really aren't fair for the amount of taxes that we basically missed on because of COVID. I really would like the council to reconsider making a little bit more of a reduction for what was lost for a lot of these clothing stores, for what was lost for a lot of the restaurants, all of the things trying to pull together for trying to get Holland, downtown Holland, through all this. 5% just is really a drop in the bucket for helping some of the people that are already struggling with not enough business and not enough people out there buying their product, because it's difficult right now. Business is hard. And so I would just like you to reconsider the lower percent, to maybe think it over a little bit, maybe raise it a little bit more. That's what I'm here for.
Great. Thank you, Scott.
Yep.
Anyone else who would like to address council at this time on one of these 3 items, 7A, 7B, or 7C, the downtown parking assessment, principal shopping district assessment, or Snowmelt operations assessment? We do have a fresh, clean podium for you. All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. What is the pleasure of council? Would you like to do these one at a time?
I think it'd be proper.
Let's do these one at a time.
Motion to adopt recommendation for 7A parking assessment.
Moved by Trethewey. Is there support? Support by Peters. Any discussion by council? Yes, Mr. Trethewey.
Knowing that these recommendations are passed down by the PSD DDA and by that board, which was made up of members of the downtown, I would like to hear, I guess, a couple of comments from council members to what was just brought before us. We don't have a whole lot of leeway there, but I'd like to have a couple of words said,
Regarding the lowering the taxes.
or raising the percentage, or whichever way you want to look at it.
I think that you just made a great point, and that is that these recommendations have come from the PSD and the DDA, and those are the folks that are impacted by these, and the recommendations came to us from them in regard to what they thought was appropriate for downtown. So yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, because I think that's a very important point. Anyone else? All right. Kathy, would you please call the roll in regard to item 7A, downtown parking operations and maintenance assessment?
Garcia,
Yes.
Trethewey,
Yes.
Arnshorst?
Yes.
Corbin? Hoekstra?
Yes.
Raymond?
Yes.
Byrd?
Yes.
Peters?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. What is the pleasure of council in regard to item 7B, Downtown Principal Shopping District? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order.
Sure.
Need to make the record, unfortunately, he voted already, but make the record known that Mr. Byrd has joined us at this point.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Welcome, Quincy. Good to see you.
And now to your point.
Now to the, yes, now back to item 7B, Downtown Principal Shopping District Assessment. What is the pleasure of council?
Motion to adopt recommendation for the DDA.
Moved by Trethewey. Is there support?
Support.
Excuse me, PSD. I
right.
misspoke.
So we've got a motion in regard to item 7B on the Principal Shopping District Assessment,
And I will support that.
and you're going to, and Aaron Source will support that as well. Any discussion by council? Seeing none. Kathy, would you please call the roll in regard to item 7B?
Trethewey?
Yes.
Arnshorst?
Yes.
Corbin? Hoekstra?
Yes.
Raymond?
Yes.
Byrd?
Yes.
Peters?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And then third in this round is item 7C, Downtown Snowmelt Operations and Maintenance Assessment. What is the pleasure of council unless there's a point of order first?
No point of order.
All right.
Motion to adopt recommendation for the snow melt assessment, 7C report.
Moved by Trethewey. Is there support?
Support.
I think I'm going to give that one to Hoekstra. Was that you, Dave?
I did say something.
You did say something down there? All right, thank you. Moved by moved by Trethewey, support by Hoekstra. Is there discussion by council? Seeing none. Kathy, would you please call the roll on item 7C?
Arnshorst?
Yes.
Corbin? Hoekstra?
Yes.
Raymond?
Yes.
Byrd?
Yes.
Peters?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Trethewey?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item is item 7D, approval of the, I believe that should be fiscal year FY 2019-2020 CDBG CAPER submission. Mr. Van Beek.
Yes. Thankfully, Mark's not new anymore, but staff member Mark Cornelis is going to come forward. You've heard some presentations from him recently about CARES Act funding that flowed through the CDBG program. This is something for those of you that have been around a while. Every year we do this CDBG CAPER report, which Mark will tell you what those acronyms stand for and just give a quick overview before the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, thanks for taking time this evening for this item. Yes, the background is, as Keith indicated, is once a year, we're required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development to give a report on the prior year's Community Development Block Grant Program. That report is titled the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, CAPER. So, yeah, the agenda item is very simple, that I'm asking for your approval to submit that report. The report covers the period from July 1 of 2019 to June 30 of 2020. HUD does require that we provide a 15-day public comment period, and that did occur and was completed on September 30, and there were no comments received during that time period. But it also requires that we hold a public hearing, which should occur directly after my comments. So the two-page summary that's in your packet lays out the main accomplishments that are enumerated in the report. I'll just highlight just a few of those. So one accomplishment is just simply that we stayed within the spending guidelines that HUD requires. That being that we spend no more than 20% of our funding on administration. We spent 15% last year, and that we spend no more than 15% of our funding on public services. Last year we spent approximately 10% in that category. One of the key metrics that HUD pays close attention to is, so if you've got the whole pie of all of the funding that we spent, if you carve out the administration and planning and put the pie back whole, so all the money, therefore, that was spent on programs and services, HUD requires that 70% of those funds we can tie a direct benefit to low-income households or neighborhoods. So there's a 70% threshold. And last year, we cleared that easily with 100% of our spending spent on meeting that criteria. So the four main projects that we supported last year were continued operation of the city's home repair program. We completed essential home repairs to 40 homes of low-income homeowners. The most common repairs, just for your information, were roof repairs and furnace replacements. The second project that received funding was Phase 1 of the sidewalk installation project in the 30th Street, Ottawa, Plasman Road neighborhood. Third, we operated in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Holland, the Summer Youth Employment Program in the summer of 2019. 29 youth were served in that program that year. And then finally, we continued our kind of annual support for the Fair Housing Center of West Michigan to continue their provision of fair housing education and enforcement activities in the Holland area. And then I'll just end with just a quick note of appreciation to the Neighborhood Improvement Committee for their guidance and support for this program. It's no doubt a better program, and I believe more accountable to you folks and to the citizens through their support. And Raul and Jay are members on that committee. So I'll leave it at that, unless there are any questions about the report itself.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Any questions from council? Excellent. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. I'll now open the public hearing in regard to item 7D, approval of the fiscal year 2019-2020 CDBG CAPER submission. Anyone who would like to address council at the public hearing in regard to this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. What is the pleasure of council in regard to this item?
Move we approve the recommended submission.
Moved by Hoekstra. Is there support?
Support.
There is support by Garcia. Any discussion by council? Seeing none. Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Corbin? Hoekstra?
Yes.
Raymond?
Yes.
Byrd?
Yes.
Peters?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Trethewey?
Yes.
Arnshorst?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item are written petitions and communications. During this time of COVID, we have established a special email address, public comment at cityofholland.com, where we receive public comments from folks who would like to communicate with council, who may not be comfortable attending the meeting in person, or who may not be able to attend the meeting. We receive a number of those, and we accumulate those over the weeks in between the meetings. The cutoff period for that is approximately 3 p.m. or so on the day of the meeting, and then we accept those into the public record. I know I received a couple of additional emails from folks saying, certainly put it as part of the public record, and I'm glad you're going to be reading it at the meeting. We do not read the emails out loud at the meeting. We simply accept them into the record. They are made part of the packet, and they're available online. So if anyone wants to read the emails that we have received, those are online. And under item 9, we have received 1 email in regard to the strategic development team, 19 emails in regard to 40th Street and Lincoln proposed gas station, and 55 emails in regard to the proposed bike path on 10th Street. I would now entertain a motion from council to accept those into the record.
So moved.
That is moved by Trethewey. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Arnshorst. Any discussion from council? We'll then vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Next item, adoption of ordinances. Proposed rezoning of 1002 Lincoln Avenue and 188 East 40th Street from the PUD Planned Unit Development District to the C2 Highway Commercial District. Mr. Van Beek.
Yes, so the plan that we're going to follow here tonight, just so if people are wondering on process, is Senior Planner Jenna Elswick is going to make a presentation. I believe we also have a representative here from the applicant connected to the rezoning. So Jenna will make a staff presentation on the item before you tonight that was recommended from the Planning Commission. And then we will turn it back to you, Mayor, where I think we'd probably be looking for a motion and then the ability for the public to make comment. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jenna.
Great.
Thanks, Jenna.
Thank you. Hi, Jenna.
Hi. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. So here we have a rezoning application from True North to rezone two properties, actually, 1002 Lincoln Avenue and 188 East 40th Street, from PUD, which is the Planned Unit Development Zone District, to C2 Commercial Highway Zone District. And this is to construct a gas station as well as a convenience store on that site, which was approved by Planning Commission. The site plan was approved and recommended 6-3 to recommend approval of the rezoning to City Council. So as we do with any rezoning request, if you look at figure 3 on the right of the screen, we referenced the master plan, the 2017 adopted master plan, that the future land use map. And so the future land use map for these properties designated it as highway commercial, which correlates with our C2 zone district. And I'll discuss the site plan in just one moment. In response to some questions that we've received, I think that it's important that we go back and just clarify just a couple of things. First of all, a PUD, Planned Unit Development, it is an actual zone district. Generally, PUDs come with also a development agreement for a specific development, because they're just tied in hand when they come through the Planning Commission, and then they come up for specific use to City Council. In this case, however, back in about 20-some years ago, 25 years ago, the city went through and rezoned a bunch of different properties, as we're about to do with the UDO, proposing with the UDO. Rezoned a bunch of different properties, PUD, and that was inclusive of this block, as well as, if you recall, other properties like in the southeast of the city. So because the city did it and didn't have a development and didn't have an option or anything on the property, it was just the rezoning. So there's no development agreement that's associated with this property, unlike most other PUDs or PRDs that come in front of you. Second of all, we wanted to kind of clarify the differences in terms of the permitted uses, do a bit of a permitted use comparison, looking at what the PUD zone district and the C2 zone district both allow, and then also looking at what just the PUD zone district allows but doesn't allow in the C2 zone district, and then also for the C2 zone district, what's allowed there and not allowed in the PUD. So just run through this quickly. PUD and C2 offices, commercial, retail, restaurants, etc., warehousing, in a PUD within 300 feet of US 31, wholesale, retail, banks, hotels, motels, event venues, fitness clubs, parking as a principal use, religious institutions, and schools. Just in a PUD.
Jenna, I don't want to interrupt your train there, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that.
Sure.
You've got the warehousing and mini storage within 300 feet of US 31. Are the other items underneath that only allowed within 300 feet, or are they allowed no matter where they are within that?
They're allowed no matter where they are.
Okay, thank
for-
you. I appreciate that.
Sure. So in a PUD and not in the C2, multifamily, no density limit, really anything that's allowed in our C3 downtown zone district, anything that's allowed in the neighborhood commercial zone district, C1, also anything that's allowed in the R1 zone district. So single family, and then anything that's, and then also duplexes, and they actually call out zero lot line zoning, which is part of a PUD agreement. You work out the setback that may not necessarily adhere to another zone district. And then there's nursing homes and wholesale, again, that's allowed within 300 feet of US 31 in this case. So then in C2, the items that are allowed in C2 that are not allowed in a PUD are gas stations, any automotive sales or services, marina and boat docking, wholesale, anywhere is allowed in C2, not just within 300 feet of US 31. Construction, material lots, and then light manufacturing. So I think that it's important to understand that right now, any of those uses that are listed under PUD and C2 and PUD can come to the site. They would require a site plan approval, but they would not require rezoning coming back up to you. So now a little bit about the site plan. They're proposing an 8-pump gas station just for vehicle fueling, as well as a convenience station. There's a very large MDOT required clear vision corner right at the intersection of US 31 and Lincoln Avenue, which they have adhered to. They will also be providing a fence if approved. They have also proposed a pretty substantial residential or screening to screen the use from the residential across the street, as well as reconfigurations of the intersection at East 40th and Lincoln Avenue. And for those reasons, that's why, Planning Commission ultimately approved the site plan, as well as the majority voted to allow for the rezoning. A couple of renderings of the gas station. And as I do this, Mark should be getting together the video.
He was getting me a glass of water at the same time.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Matt is queuing up the video. Thank you. We also have the representatives of True North here. Thank you very much, Mark. Thanks. We have the representatives of True North here, as well as Diamond Z Engineering, who is the engineer for the project, to answer any questions. Thank you.
Michigan has True North was founded in 1999 when the family-owned Leyden Company formed an equity joint venture with Shell Oil Company. The Leyden Company, now known as True North Holdings, has been in business for over 100 years, with both the third and fourth generation leading the growth and development. True North now has over 140 company-operated stores and 185 dealer stores. We represent Shell in various major metropolitan areas across Ohio, Michigan, as well as the Chicagoland area. As a company that is now over 100 years old, I am proud to be the CEO and continue to build upon the culture formed by generations before me. We are proud of the culture we have and the pride ourselves in being involved in the communities we serve. When we go to a community and invest, we want to be an asset to those communities. While our developments are accretive to tax revenue, provide construction and retail jobs, we also pride ourselves on ensuring our developments fit within the communities we are entering. We keep our stores well-maintained, well-landscaped, safe and inviting. We are proud to provide both fuel and convenience offerings to the residents of the community we are privileged to serve. We look forward to serving you, and hopefully your community can be the home of our future True North development.
True North is highly selective when choosing the home of each of our gasoline and convenience developments, using community attractiveness and strategic fit with its brands as the selection criteria. The True North brand is positioned as a premium brand, which aspires to achieve quality through all we deliver. The materials used to construct the facilities, overall appearance inside and out, fuel and convenience products provided, and great staff deliver fast, friendly, and clean service to each of our guests. True North's latest prototype features a 4,200 square foot contemporary building, primarily composed of natural materials, utilizing brick and limestone on all sides. The fueling forecourt usually includes 6 to 8 gasoline dispensing units with the ability to fuel 12 to 16 vehicles simultaneously, covered with Shell's globally recognized, modern but clean canopy image. Clean LED lighting is used on both the interior and exterior of the facility. All surfaces are composed of concrete with no asphalt used on site. We use strong, often more expensive materials in our developments, but believe the additional investment up front pays for itself in terms of delivering a representative identity over the long term. Accordingly, we are proactive related to maintenance and capital reinvestment. We also have a philosophy of keeping our locations contemporary and relevant. As we speak, we are completely remodeling sites we built new less than 10 years ago.
Through its company operation, True North provides fuel and convenience retailing to guests at approximately 140 locations, while providing fuel to another 185 independent dealer locations. Through all of the knowledgeable, hardworking, and dedicated employees, we offer each guest fast, friendly, and clean stores. We operate our True North locations with our own staff, not through franchisees or independent operators like some national or international convenience store chains. This allows us to maintain a high bar related to standards, policies, procedures, and control of our operations. We have a script for nearly every square foot of what should be in our stores and how it should look, down to the backroom informational tack boards. This culture ensures we are successful in delivering on our brand promise. Our stores are adequately staffed and the staff are well trained, always delivering what we call a true GX, or guest experience. It is quite amazing to see some of the loyal relationships that develop between our staff and the guests and the communities where they work.
Let me show you around the store. We offer a wide variety of gourmet, premium, true brew coffee and cappuccino with a full assortment of creamers, so you can make it just like you do at home. We have 20 flavors on the fountain lineup with chunky and chewy ice in either a plastic or foam cup, whichever you prefer. We also have a wide assortment of other refreshments, including your favorite traditional or craft beers in our North Pole Beer Cave. If you need a sandwich, you could always find something which hits the spot in our grab-and-go cooler. And our restrooms are not your typical gas station restrooms, with tile throughout and always kept clean. We even earn Mom's approval.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rick Turner with Diamond Z Engineering. As you saw in the video, True North Energy is very invested in the idea of being a part of Holland. We hope we'll get the opportunity to carry through on this. In working with Planning Commission, they were willing to make a number of adjustments to what they planned on doing to make the project more palatable to the city. We started off with a truck stop a truck fueling operation next to the gas operation. And when we got pushback on that at Planning Commission and from some of the neighbors, we did eliminate that. We provided an eastbound left turn lane onto Lincoln at the request of the city engineer. We're limiting our access to the site to one approach per street. I know if you look at East 40th now, there's 2 approaches that are shown coming into that piece of property. We're only going to use one of them. Along East 40th, we are going to add a sidewalk for pedestrians. And I know he mentioned it was mentioned earlier, but we're going to provide quite a bit of extra landscaping to buffer between us and the residential to the north. That landscape strip, I believe, is about 60 feet wide, so it is quite a bit of landscaping. Lighting on site is down lighting. Our photometric plan shows that the lighting does not spill on to neighboring property. So I think that alleviates some of the concerns. Just 2 last things. One, a gas station, although we thrive on getting business, typically a gas station draws from the people that are passing by. A gas station isn't a place that you set out to and say, I think I'm going to go to the gas station and drive across town to do that. You stop when you're going past. And then the last thing was that, and Jenna had mentioned this earlier, that this is compatible with the city's long-term plan for this area as it's shown on the future land use map. And that's all I had at this point.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Any questions from council? Great. Thank you very much. And anyone else, Mr. Van Beek, that is part of the staff report on this?
No, I believe we are ready. And Ron or Jenna can probably outline this better. We've talked about the site plan tonight because it's hard to separate that out from the action that council needs to take. But clearly the action of council tonight is just a decision on to rezone or not to rezone.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, just for the audience, the way this process works is that if there's a motion from council in regard to this particular agenda item, we'll take that motion. There'll be a second on the motion. And then if there's a motion and a second, then we will open it up to public comment at that time in regard to this particular item. And again, we have the same 5-minute time limit that we do at the regular public comment period with the same timing system. And again, it's one-way communication at that point. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion from council in regard to this agenda item.
Moved, for the sake of discussion, to adopt the recommendation.
Moved by Hoekstra. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Trethewey. At this point, I'll open it up to public comment. Mr. Van Dyken, were there any people still outside as far as you know? There's nobody outside. Good. So everyone's here. Generally, if there are people outside, we like them to be able to come in and speak first because they're out in the elements. But for all of those folks that are here, is there anyone here who would like to speak in regard to this particular agenda item? If so, please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ed Hislop. I live at 237 Van Rolte. Obviously in favor of a gas station here. But the problem I see is it really needs to be a right-hand turn lane when you get to Lincoln heading east, because it all bunches up in there. People want to turn left, you can't turn right. It would have been nice if they would have sacrificed a little bit of green space for a right-hand turn lane there for the flow of traffic. I do agree to have a gas station there because people miss the one on 16th Street or 8th Street, and then they go, oh boy, the next one is in Saugatuck, I don't have enough gas, I can pull in there, get gas, and keep going. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ed. And while Mr. Van Beek's cleaning the podium, is there anyone else who would like to speak in regard to this particular agenda item? If so, please come forward. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Garrett Vanderdyme, and I live at 23 East 40th Street. It's been a residential neighborhood for years and years and years. We moved here in '09 and bought a house on 40th Street. Right now, there are, I think, 90-some other houses that have been built or are being built. I know that Habitat for Humanities is developing quite a property there on 40th. I don't know if any one of you have ever been on 40th Street behind a semi, of which there are a considerable number of them today. And he's trying to make a turn at that intersection, 40th and Lincoln. He has a hell of a time, excuse the French. And the site plan that you've got on that screen doesn't even come close to addressing some of those problems. So, and as far as the lighting is concerned, there's a number of houses right across the street. Now, downlighting and everything else, you can't tell me that in the middle of the night that those houses aren't going to be lit up by that gas station. And those houses have been there for a long, long time. So the idea of it, and you know, I've lived there since '09. I'm within 5 minutes of 3 or 4 gas stations. It's not a necessary thing, and I don't think it's going to enhance property values at all. I think it's going to be detrimental to them. So I'm not in favor of this at all. By now you've probably gathered that. And I just got one question for all of you. How would you like it if all of a sudden you had a gas station right across the road from your house? That's it.
Thank you, Garrett. Is there anyone else who would like to address council in regard to this item? If so, please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Jacqueline Roth. I'm at 980 Pine Avenue on the corner of 40th and Pine. Now a resident, 5 years. Moved to Holland, the city of, with my 3 girls, young girls and my husband. We also work locally as well. In the last 18 months, I have noticed a severe increase, and I reiterate the concern for the traffic. Semis and the construction, and I love to see the availability of homes on the street. However, the traffic, and I will state, current situation working from home does make me more visible to what's going on. However, with 3 young girls on bikes, riding, walking, the amount of semi-traffic going down the street is one concern. Separate to this, but also adding that to it. I find that this road, 40th, has become a shortcut. Shortcut to 31, shortcut to manufacturing sites I know on Ottawa Avenue. It's become a very largely populated street. And reiterating again, the right-hand lane that would need to go there. If you're going to make a left onto Lincoln from 40th, it could be a 20-minute wait. Again, I'm asking you to reconsider the traffic with the new homes, the traffic that's already there, and the traffic that people will need to go down this street to cut through has been a major concern for me and my family. We moved there. It's a beautiful residential area. It is now becoming a very, it's not 30 miles an hour anymore. I'll just state that. It's, on multiple occasions, my neighbors are yelling, slow down, at the top of their voice. And this is usually at semis, construction, commercial, and residential vehicles. So I ask you to reconsider for my family, for the other families, and the values of our homes with the amount of traffic that is going through there now. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Anyone else who would like to speak in regard to this item? Hi, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name's Phil Vintage. I live at 134 West 40th. And I have the same concern about the volume of traffic. There's already a ton of traffic in there, and the speed limit is not 30 miles an hour. And I don't see any enforcement on it. I wonder if in the process of evaluating this project, whether they took into account additional traffic that this operation may bring into that area. As well as whether they evaluated the congestion that it's going to cause at Lincoln and 40th, because I can't see it not being a mess there. The other thing that concerns me is that it's a 24-hour operation. And right now, there's nothing down there that's open 24 hours a day. And I ask you, why would we want to open that up? Because that's just going to, right now at least, there's consistent traffic on 40th throughout the day and into the evening, and sometimes till 9, 10 o'clock at night. But now, it dies off. 24-hour operation, I see nothing but it's going to bring more traffic into that area, and it's going to be later. You know, people are going to recognize that that store is open. They sell alcohol. There's going to be more traffic down there, and I oppose that. I'd like you to consider those things, and as you decide what to do here.
Great. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else who would like to address this agenda item? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Hello, City Council members. My name is Maria Von Websky, and I live with my wife and 2 young children on Colonial Court, down 40th Street. I am troubled and honestly a bit stunned that the Planning Commission and city staff chose to support and approve a rezoning for a gas station in this area. I have significant concerns about this request. One, first being that I feel that there's an lack of understanding as to the impact to the neighborhood, and second, that I see this vacant and undeveloped property much differently than what was presented by staff and thus discussed by the Planning Commission. First, the rezoning for a gas station will have an impact beyond the 300-foot notice area that was given to the community. My family and I live down 40th Street, less than a mile away. As a family with 2 young children, we walk our neighborhood multiple times a week. We avoid 40th Street at this point. Sheer volume and speed, as already addressed, today is not residential in feel. It's scary for the young children. It is not safe already at this point. This is a school bus route, pick up and drop off. Morning pickup mixed with the sheer volume today, increased with a gas station and more development in the area. There's insufficient room on Lincoln northbound to allow for 2 left turns. 1 left turn onto the gas station as you come across US 31, 1 left turn just ahead that to try to get into 40th Street. Okay, so let's not allow entry on and off of Lincoln and just force everything onto 40th Street. This is one of the proposals. This is the site plan for all deliveries to go down 40th Street only. We're forcing a puzzle piece to fit where it does not fit. This neighborhood does not need another gas station. We have 4 in the immediate vicinity of this area. By approving this, as was suggested, people going by, we're rather servicing the people traveling through our community rather than the people that live here. Watching the planning meeting discussions around the master plan versus UDO seems to be misunderstood. We're saying the master plan today calls for that, but now we're about to adopt UDO. UDO is going to keep this as a PUD, not C2. So I would like to understand why we were referring to something that's being replaced. While some commission, a commission member asked, what if there's a noise complaint or lighting pollution, as this will be 24 hours? And the response was the neighborhood could just file a complaint. Do you hear how dismissive and disrespectful that sounds as a city representative, a city leader, to suggest to the residents file a complaint? If that is a significant concern during the planning process, we should be proactive about addressing such a concern so that we wouldn't even imagine the neighbor, if you had to live there, might suggest that. To my second point about how I see this as a very different property than was presented and discussed. It was presented and framed as a failed property, possibly incorrect zoning. No one has come forward in 20 years to develop it. The private sector has spoken. No one wants to develop this land. That is a false premise. This property is owned by Schmuckel Oil, a gas station franchise that has been now purchased by True North. A failed property? No. It's a valuable asset to Schmuckel Oil for over 20 years. Incorrect zoning for a gas station? Yes. Not for this community. No one has come forward in 20 years. Schmuckel Oil has not been in front of you arguing or presenting property plans for this. The private sector has spoken. No. Developing into a housing or anything that PUD would allow for would be against the interest of the business or against the business model of Schmuckel Oil, the gas station franchise. It is very desirable land in a very desirable neighborhood. Now now that the property is for sale, let's allow the Holland community to develop this land. Please do not approve this rezoning for a gas station. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address this particular agenda item?
Good evening.
Good evening. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Anthony Smith. I live on 1004 Colonial Court. Good evening, everybody. I just would like to reiterate what Maury was saying. Most of the people in this area are not in favor of having a gas station. We have 2 gas stations on South Washington, the Family Fair, and we have one on Quality with the car wash. And then just north of where this proposed gas station is going to go, there's a J&H mobile gas station. There's plenty of gas stations in this area. Now, I have grandchildren, and when they come to visit me, I just fearful just thinking of them coming to 40th Street, because like most people say, that's supposed to be 30 miles an hour, but hardly anybody goes 30 miles an hour down that street. And there's buses in the morning when kids are going to school, and it's just not a real safe street as it is. And then with the increased amount of housing that's going in these developments, is going to be even more traffic. So I would really strongly ask you if you would reconsider this gas station at this point, and maybe something else that could go there, but we don't need a gas station. And if you go down the highway and you're heading south on 31, if, like the other gentleman said, if you missed the gas station on 16th, well, there's another gas station right there on South Washington, the Family Fair. There's plenty of gas stations, and this is not what we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to address this particular agenda item? Please come forward. And again, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Wanda Westfeld. I live at 30 West 40th Street. I've lived there 48 years, and I've seen many changes, and this is not a plus for the neighborhood. It's a family-friendly area, and a lot of children, a lot of elderly people that live in that area. I have the privilege of I can turn around in my driveway, but there are many times that I don't take advantage of that, and I wait at the end of my driveway. I can wait 5 minutes to get out, and so I just do not see that a gas station. I've counted 5 within about a 5-minute area from my house, and so I am opposed to having it. True North looks like a nice station, but I don't think it's for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who would like to address council in regard to this agenda item? Good evening, and would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name Robert Mom. I'm living 58 West 40th Street, and I'm moving in the United States 25 years, and I have only one house. I'm apologize. Maybe everybody have to understand my English.
You're doing very well. You understand you very well. Thank you.
And I've never been at school, English school, never. But I'm moving in here 25 years. I bought a house, and I'm really, right now, I really appreciate because of the community development. Every house, building, apartment, and unfortunately for this time, a lot of people, a lot of traffic on 40th Street, more than 25 years ago. So I think that the gas station they proposed, we don't need it because we have a lot of gas station. Only 5 minutes or 2 minutes from my house, we feel like family fair, like downside Washington, the corner, 32nd Street, it's a lot. So for me, my opinion, we don't need it. I don't need a gas station because we can reduce the traffic because right now it's a lot of traffic. Like ladies say, when we get out of the house, at least wait 4 or 5 minutes to clear the traffic, get out of the house. So that's all I can say. Thank you very much for everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to address council in regard to this item? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Good evening. My name is Melissa Emmett. I live at 896 College Avenue. I've been there for just over 20 years now, and I have to just concur with all of my neighbors that the amount of traffic that this will generate is just going to be atrocious. I'm working from home due to the situations, but once we return to the office, I use Lincoln and the US 31 right at that corner every day. And I can't imagine how much time this is going to add just to get to work when it's normally a 5-minute drive. I agree that people that are using our neighborhoods, we don't need another gas station there. My first thought when I heard of it was, yes, there's a mobile station right up the road from there. And I didn't realize until tonight that it's a 24-hour station. And I can't imagine the neighbors that are gonna have to live across the street from that. Even if the light is down, just the traffic noise itself is going to increase. And we've removed all the green space for this new development that's gone in on the housing that's there. And I just see more and more green space going away. And I would just like to also ask the council to please reconsider this rezoning for the sake of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who would like to address council in regard to this agenda item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. We do have a motion on the floor with a second. Discussion by council. Yeah, Mr. Corbin.
Certainly. Thank you, everyone, for the comments. Very informative. A couple questions, I believe, maybe to the planning division or to our attorney, I'm not sure which, but specifically under section 99-166 under PUD, not C2 PUD, but just PUD.
Yeah, Scott, is your mic on?
It is.
Oh, can you move it a little closer for me? Yep. Some of us old guys have trouble hearing that far away.
So under the PUD sections of specifically permitted uses, just PUD, it says all those that you have listed under PUD and C2. So PUD allows for all of the things in that first column. PUD only, not just C2, but just PUD allows for all those things. Not the second column where it says PUD not C2. So there's a lot of additional things that can go there, correct?
Correct. So
Lot more than what's
everything
being-
in that one column is allowed in a PUD, and everything in the second column is also allowed in a PUD.
So that's a lot of things that can go there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then also it says specifically things that are not allowed. Can you give me a definition of what auto sales and services are?
I don't have the definitions in front of me, though I can tell you that they're vehicle dealerships and repair shops, vehicle repair shops.
So would a gas station fall into that as well?
So
Services, automobile services?
So, yes, it would.
Yeah, I'm hearing yes from various planning commission members, okay. So the intent behind what seems to be under PUD when it was rezoned is this, there was an intentional reason to do that, to have it as a PUD. Oh, and one, to not have a gas station on that corner. That would be my assumption. So then, I don't know if we can bring a map up or not, but I can tell you that I did some measurements, and where we have similar considerations along US 31, 31 and 40th Street, between 40th or US 31 and 40th Street, there's only 355 feet. That's maybe on a standing, for cars standing on in any two lanes of traffic there, you're talking maybe 16 cars at most. But then you go down the road to 32nd Street, and we have 2,916 feet to the next left turn, which is Lincoln, right? That's a long way. And then we go down to 24th Street, there's 1,342 feet. That's Hastings Street. Then we go down to 16th Street, there's 1,448 feet, and that's Century. 8th Street, 529 feet, gets a little smaller, and James Street, 549. But when you look at James and 8th Street, those are highly, highly commercial areas. No residential. I mean, there's a lot of commercial businesses like car lots and businesses. We're looking at putting in a gas station where people are making left turns onto 40th Street, going onto 40th Street where they're entering and leaving from one entrance only at a gas station. These other places have restaurants. So there's a Chinese restaurant, and there's a hotel. We have a Bob Evans at the other section. We have a Starbucks, a car dealership. There's all these other things that are there that permits those things to be there. And I just don't understand why we're trying to, like, as one gentleman put it, put this together to work when we intentionally made this a PUD to restrict a gas station from being put on this site. So I'm a little baffled why the effort here to rezone, or I know there's an ask, right, to rezone it. And some people say, well, the reason it was rezoned to PUD was because, well, let's see what it says here. A property that exists which is not ideal for traditional residential, commercial, industrial development. This may be due to land conditions, topographical reasons, economic, environmental, just a whole host of issues why we might put it as PD so we have at least the benefit of having options. But we spoke pretty clearly in this ordinance that we didn't want gas stations, service stations, but yet we're trying to give this full consideration when there are many other options available. And it's been held in trust or by ownership by people who provide these types of services and not available. That's the reason it hasn't been developed. It's not because it's not desirable. It's a very desirable property. So I don't know. I don't think I'm in favor, well, I know I'm not in favor of the way it is currently. So I do not plan on supporting the amendment or the rezoning of this particular piece of property.
Thank you, Scott. Lynn, did you have comments?
Jenna, could you review what the UDO would say about this piece of property?
Sure. So as a rule, what Planning Commission had discussed and with the consultant was that any PUD within the city that we would propose to leave it as a PUD, not to rezone it, that's primarily because PUDs have agreements. So as staff has, come across this and, talked about it a little bit more, I think that it is a prudent conversation for Planning Commission to reconsider potentially rezoning PUDs to their master plan designation, as long as there's not a development agreement that goes with that PUD property.
That's a discussion, not a decision.
Exactly. UDO is completely in its draft phase at this point, and so that would not be decided upon now.
I just want, yeah, so when we're making a decision about whether to rezone, approve a rezoning, is really the important, I mean, should we be looking at the rezoning criteria and how you have answered the questions in those categories? Yeah.
Yes, definitely. And also, of course, looking at the future land use map.
Thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, Jenna, while you're there, thank you for answering the question on how UDO would potentially view this. It was a question I had too. So it sounds like with UDO, PUDs will be left PUDs unless they're not, depending on the discussion, right?
Yeah, again, that'll be a topic to continue talking to Planning Commission about.
So that's kind of not yet decided.
Right.
My other question was regarding the property kitty corner from this, would be on the southeast corner, I guess. That is currently designated C2, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if these folks had an option on that property, we wouldn't even be discussing this tonight, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate all your work on this too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Nikki?
We find ourselves in another position of competing goals. I think the city would like to, this is an investment in Holland, and then with increasing the tax base, and then we have a neighborhood that's been established and that people love. 40th has always been kind of busy, but we have increased the traffic, and it's how you have to balance those two interests. The city growing needs a tax base, and yet we love our neighborhoods. Our master plan says we want to preserve our neighborhoods. I think when there are enough concerns where you need a traffic study, and then when the traffic study comes out and says, keep monitoring this intersection, and in a few years or a couple years, you can put a light in, or MDOT can do this or that. There's something there. This is more than just an extra retail establishment in a neighborhood. As people said, there are other gas stations in the area, so it's not like build it and they will come. I'm sure it would be successful, and it looks like a beautiful place. You've done a great job on the video. It showed us your quality and your approach to business, and we appreciate that. But if it requires such monitoring, and when so many people are opposed to it, and they have been there for years, or they've moved in because of the neighborhood, then I have a problem with that too. And as it stands, I can't support a rezoning.
Thank you, Nikki. Yes, Keith?
Not to interrupt discussion, but I just consulted with our transportation director, Brian White, and just to bring clarification on the site plan and some of the things that are happening at 40th and Lincoln under the proposed site plan. So Brian, can you maybe just outline again, under the proposal, right, on the site plan of what would happen at 40th and Lincoln, and then also what the curb cut on Lincoln looks like, just for complete information.
Sure. So, again, and is the cursor showing up on the screen? Okay. So, just for clarification, the intent here would be, should this move forward, that there would be a dedicated right turn lane that would be added to the intersection of 40th and Lincoln. We did look at this back in 2017 when the road work occurred on Lincoln Avenue, and we were very close to meeting warrants for that dedicated turn lane. Obviously, with this development addition, we feel that warrant is tripped, and so that's why we've required that be a part of the project. So, just for clarification there.
And then the curb cut on, again, just for clarification, the curb cut on Lincoln.
Yes, so the curb cut on Lincoln, in terms of the driveway movements there, we are going to recommend that that's a right out only, that there's no left out there. And again, with that sweeping turn coming off 31, we really don't think that left outbound movement is a good idea for that particular driver approach. Now, what that does, though, is that basically puts a little bit more outbound traffic onto 40th Street, okay? And so all the more reason to create that pocket there at the intersection for that outbound movement. So that, just clarification again, some of the details that we've been working with those folks on from a traffic standpoint.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Other comments from council? Roll.
Yeah, I guess just a comment to that comment, or that information. If a different kind of development were to go on that corner, would that also merit this kind of discussion? I mean, like, would it merit a right-hand turn lane or adding an additional lane? Yeah. So any development really that's going to increase the traffic.
Which is pretty inevitable, we would have them look at that from the traffic side.
Okay. Because it felt a little bit there like it's, do you want an extra lane, right, to turn and this gas station, or continue to have that traffic congestion that you currently have, right? So it's kind of a, I don't think the intention is definitely to wave a carrot, but, right, I mean, that's kind of where you're looking at in that particular scenario.
Yeah, just to clarify that, because I think there were some comments made that it would just still be the 2-lane and it wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And there is probably fairly to say, and not because, our job, right, is to just present the information. We do have, I guess, someone here that this would be part of it. So something else comes in that could be anything on that first, a fast food restaurant or anything by right, then we would have to be at a place where we'd have to basically enter into those negotiations. And I think we would say, hey, you have to put that in there. And I think we'd be successful, but I'm not here to say that we have that either. So it's just clarification, just because there were some comments made, that maybe that wasn't clear.
So what you're saying is we would put that lane in no matter what? That's the recommendation we would make for whatever goes there? Or would we look for a warrant to establish the need for it?
Yeah, so I would say the latter, right? So
Correct.
to me, the traffic element along with the development, right? That's
So
what
the
we
set
would
of
look-
condos went in there, it may not necessarily require a warrant to put that turn lane in,
Right,
correct?
we would have to look at the traffic generated from the condo
Correct.
and see if that would trip the warrant.
So, right, so we would have to do a traffic study, which then would indicate whether we needed it.
Correct.
But right now, you're suggesting that the traffic study does warrant that, even though it doesn't quite get to the warrant, it does.
Well, and again, we know back in 2017, we were close. Fairly comfortable with understanding what the traffic generation would be here, and so we're pretty comfortable.
And with the MDOT letter, kind of suggesting that we should reevaluate that on a continuous basis would give you reason to believe that it would be necessary and/or that there would be more traffic there.
Yeah, and again, I think we would want to preempt that.
Any other comments from council? Yeah, Quincy.
Wanted to ask a question that was pointed to us, and I'll get to it, but the question was, how would I like it if I had this happening in my neighborhood? One of the things that I find interesting about city politics is we can sit here for 8 months and not hear from nobody at all, and we just go through everything that we go through. And if there's something that is interesting, I guess, that directly affects everyone, then we hear from everyone. And I think that's a good thing. But also, we've talked about, and I'm going off of my soapbox, we've talked about getting engagement, and it's nice to have the engagement, is what I'm saying. Would like to see it even more, as we have talked about in the past. Udo, as we talked about, I wanted to talk about this, but it's already been brought up about keeping it at a PUD. One of the things as well is, this was brought up by one individual, is you will pass the 16th Street gas station and there will be no more gas stations until Saugatuck. But then again, you can get off right up the road there. But then also, across the highway from this location, there is another gas station, the mobile gas station, and that is 0.4 miles away. Maybe they need more signage so people can see that from the highway. We talk about neighborhoods, and Nikki brought this up about the master plan and developing neighborhoods. A couple different definitions on neighborhoods. A district, especially one forming a community within a town or city. And this one says a neighborhood is a geographical, localized community within a larger city, town, suburb, or rural area. Neighborhoods are often social communities with considerable face-to-face interaction among members. And it goes on to talk about the personal settings are situations where residents seek to realize common values, socialize youth, and maintain effective social control. I am 100% for our neighborhoods here in this city. We have a variety, we have diverse neighborhoods. You can go to different areas in the city and know that the neighborhood that you just left is different than the neighborhood that you're currently in Holland. And we have quite a few of those. And we have pockets inside of neighborhoods, which I think is really cool. And that feeds into the master plan and what has been done for the committees and city council members who have come before us, who have made it a priority that our neighborhoods should be held at a very high esteem. So I look at this as all of you coming here and wanting what I just read, what these these definitions of neighborhoods, and wanting to keep that. I want to keep that as well. If this was in my backyard, I would be here as well. I would be one of those people who never come to city council meetings until it's knocking at my door. And I guess I am for preserving our neighborhoods. And because of that, I will not be supporting this, especially when I see a turnout like I've seen the emails, and there's a lot of emails. We've had a couple of people say they support this, but when the majority of the neighborhood says that they don't want this, and one of our objectives as council members is to take care of our city, our community, our neighborhoods, our neighbors, then I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Quincy. Any other comments from council? Yeah, go ahead.
So I think, we joke about this, and it's still kind of a joke, but part of the reason that we get paid the big bucks is because we are often found in this dynamic where we're wrestling with impact on neighborhoods currently, right, and kind of future vision, right? And there's always this, with any significant issue, there's always this dynamic, right, where we're fighting against, change. And a potential future that we are striving towards as the city as a whole, and so this is I think in part that, but I think for me when I'm also looking at this contextually and some of the comments that have been brought up, I think it's also an unnecessary change, but some of the opportunities or some of the things that already exist, contextually, when we're talking about the number of gas stations, whether or not this is going to add value to the neighborhood. I mean, certainly I could see, driving down the highway and you're passing through, you see this accessible right off the highway, you're probably going to pull it in there as opposed to look for a sign and, you're going to have to jog a little bit. So I can get that, but I think we, we'll do this again tonight. But I guess we're trying to discern, right, the value added versus what's being lost, and I think considering the number of gas stations, right? I mean, gas station, okay, check, no, like maybe it's not necessarily for the surrounding neighborhood. Convenience, I think also convenience store. Probably not necessary. I mean, Family Fair is right there, and they have a bunch more stuff than this convenience store would offer. Right? So there's a number of things. I mean, anything that it would offer in the immediate neighborhood to the neighborhood isn't of value for the the increased traffic and some of the concerns that have been named. And and I mentioned the initial comment of that balancing act between what residents want and the bigger picture, because it doesn't always. It doesn't always fall in favor of what the residents are pushing for and hoping for, right? Because change is typically difficult. I mean, we won't want to see things different, right? And so we have to, again, we get paid the big bucks to try to think beyond the immediate, in front of us, which is difficult. It is often difficult. But I think in this case, for me, it seems pretty clear, that there might be something that would add more value on that particular piece of property.
Thank you, Raul. Any other comments from council members? Yeah, Mike.
I've been sitting quietly back listening to some of the comments, and I'm a little bit concerned about some of the comments about we have too many gas stations in the area. That's not for us to decide. The companies that come in, it's a private enterprise. Hopefully they've done their demographics, hopefully they've done their market studies and found it that it's viable to have it, not just to put something there. I mean, they wouldn't be in business for 100 years, they wouldn't be in business very long if that's what they continued to do. So, yeah, the discussion was there, the feelings are there, I understand them. I'm compassionate to them, sympathize with them, but it's not part of the decision that I have to make, that I can make. It's not my choice. Our choice is, do we rezone this or not? The city has a lot of priorities that we put up. This land is not city land. There was discussion about why didn't we have a charrette. The city doesn't own the land. It's not our place to have the charrette. This is a private piece of property, private piece of land, but we have the obligation to decide if the zoning is proper for what is being proposed there right at this time. 25 years ago, there was a decision made that should be a PUD. Whether we had an option on it or whether we had a plan with it or not, that choice was made. That land has sat vacant because it was owned by a petroleum company. They knew they couldn't build on that. They had the option on that before the zoning was changed. I have no idea if they marketed it, tried to market it, or if they were hoping that times would change 20 years later and have this discussion. I took a long way around on this one, but there's one option, and again, it's not for us to say if this business is gonna go or not. I have to trust, again, the marketing people and the demographic people that say, yeah, there's a need for this. But one of the bigger priorities that the city has had is housing. The PUD allows the housing. The UDO has not been passed, but there's been an awful lot of time and energy put into that UDO. And I understand what you're saying, Jen, that just, they're gonna stay the same unless there's a reason not for them to stay the same. I have not heard a compelling reason for this not to stay the same for some of the priorities that we have. And the housing, to me, the nursing home or the licensed daycare or something along that line. Although I don't know that I would put a nursing home next to the highway, but we have other residential, multifamily, whatever type, along corridors like that. And if you listen to some of our discussions, the main thoroughfares are some of the areas that we're looking to put some of those commercial retail type of establishments. Long story short, I had, to be perfectly honest with you, I had no idea how I was going to come down to this tonight until I heard this discussion. Looking at the different uses on there and listening to the discussion, listening to the neighborhood, and yes, I am pro-business, but I cannot, unfortunately, I cannot support the change in the zoning requested for this because of the priorities that council has set, which there are other options that are available for this piece of property. I apologize to the business owners, but it does not fit, I think, what the city's goals are as far as housing. Yes, business development, 100%. That's where I'm torn. But I think our need for housing outweighs that just a tad bit at this point, and specifically with the neighborhood. But I also want to warn the neighborhood, be careful what you wish for. Because some of those things that could go in there could have just as high a traffic. Just as long as you realize that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. Any other comments from council? Raul.
Mike, I'm glad you made, your initial kind of opening comment, because I do think that, in the past, we've kind of told this line where maybe, maybe I'm saying too much, I don't know, but where we've almost, inappropriately used our, our right or our opportunity to zone or rezone, to rezone a development based on, whether it's likability, right, and fitability maybe with the neighborhood. And I don't think this is that. I think it's a little different because we don't have to rezone this, and there's plenty of other things that I think are appropriate for the neighborhood. I think there will still be concerns. I think similar to the ones that you guys have, as residents voiced, where traffic may still be an issue, and which is part of the reason that I asked the question about that right turn lane. Is it going to merit that? And hopefully, right? I mean, it sounds like we're about there. So anything is going to improve that corner, ultimately. Yeah, but I think we need to continue to make sure, right, that we're appropriately applying or practicing, what's under our purview when it comes to these situations. So, thank you.
Great, thanks, Raul. Any other questions, comments?
Well,
Thank you.
I have a comment. 40th has always been maybe 35 mile an hour or whatever it is. People have always used it as, residents and non-residents have used it as a thoroughfare or a cut through. Would it be worthwhile to ask Chief Messer to put a little patrol on? I mean, every once in a while on different parts of the city, we ask to check the speeds of different areas just to monitor and to not to say should it go higher or lower, not to change it, but just to have a presence there, because maybe that would help once in a while some of these neighborhoods.
Yes, I'll address that. I know some of you were out there today, and you'll see, and some of the neighbors will know that we have the speed trailer out there right now.
That's good. That's good too.
And we try to do enforcement, but quite frankly, especially in, we're not going to be everywhere all the time. So it's pretty hard to do. We just don't have the staffing where we do kind of a lot of traditional, like sit on a street and do that. So we do what we can. We put the trailer out there, and I'm certainly one of those people way back in a long time ago. I used to travel on 40th as a cut through to go to a certain high school down the road. So I know there's been a lot of traffic on that road for a long time. And the reality is that, that's going to continue.
Yeah. Scott?
Yeah, I just mentioned the speeds along there. So we have our 5th Ward meetings every month, and we sit with our district people that live in our area, and we have these discussions routinely. And we've had speed monitoring in our area for the all summer long. They bring it to our attention, we tell Chief Messer, and they do it right away. So I appreciate police department doing that. I'd also concur with Mike, or Councilman Chathui, excuse me. Yeah, this shouldn't be about a gas station, but what's being presented to us is to take what we've already stated in zoning, what we want to be in there. And we're being asked to change that to another type of zone so that can be permitted. And what I'm suggesting in here is it's not permitted, because that's what's being asked of us. And I want to keep it this so that we can offer these opportunities to things that are already listed and meet and fulfill the goals of this council. So it's not specifically about a gas station, it's about what's prohibited in the current zoning that I'm talking to. So, but thank you for clarifying that for the public.
Thank you, Scott. Dave? Nope. Anyone else? Well, there's some benefits to being mayor. One is I get to listen to the wisdom of the other counselors sitting around this dais. And Mike, I was a lot like you. I wanted to sit back and listen and hear what the messaging was. One of the other specific benefits in regard to rezoning is the mayor also sits on the planning commission. And so I was part of the planning commission, and Councilor Raymond was as well, where we walked and worked with the developers on this. And I want to thank the developers, I really do, because the initial plan that they came to planning commission with and staff with was not this. There was truck fueling there. There were not the buffers there that there are now. And I think that they worked very diligently, both with planning commission and with staff, in bringing a much more palatable plan to planning commission. And I want to thank you for that. And it's Mike, you said, I'm all for business, and I don't want, depending on how the vote goes here tonight, I don't want the business community to go, the City Council of Holland, Michigan is not interested in development. I don't think that that's the case at all. And I want to encourage developers to continue to work with our staff, with our boards and commissions, and with our council to be able to come up with good plans for the city that fit in the neighborhoods that we have. I also, as part of that planning commission process, got a little bit of insight into what I think that the history of this was 25 years ago. And 25 years ago, there was a proposal to bring a gas station to this particular property. And there was a site plan, and it came up, and the neighborhood came out and said, we do not want that in our neighborhood. And they came and they spoke very strongly. Well, when we met with Planning Commission, I don't know, maybe a month, 6 weeks ago, in regard to this, The neighborhood didn't come out. And I think that that did have an impact on the planning commissioners that were sitting there and saying, 25 years have gone by, and this property has not been developed. And because of the rezoning 25 years ago, that specifically, when I look at the list between what's in column 1 and column 2, and then the limitations that are in column 3, I couldn't help at planning commission but look at that and say 25 years ago, I think that the city council deliberately rezoned this property to prevent it from being a gas station because they heard loudly and clearly from the neighbors that that is exactly what they did not want in there. There are so many other things that can be done with that planned unit development. I can't imagine anybody ever thinking that they're going to do a marina or boat docking facility in that area. I'm not sure wholesale or construction material yards, light manufacturing, maybe automotive sales and services, maybe gas station would fit on there. But those are really the only things that are prohibited by the PUD that are not prohibited by the C2 when I look at this list. And so when I think about 25 years ago, why would council have done that? As staff has said, typically a property is rezoned to a PUD if there is a plan that goes along with it. And if I understood staff correctly, this was rezoned to PUD without a plan that went along with it, not done at the request of the property owner. But while I sat at planning commission, I thought to myself, 25 years has gone by and nothing's happened with this property. And maybe that was a mistake to rezone this property as something that would not be usable within the development. And the neighborhood has not turned out. And they've not told us that they have a problem with this. And so we moved it, we approved the site plan with the recommendation for rezoning. I think, for me anyway, because I voted for both of those things at planning commission, with the idea that maybe this was the time, that 25 years have passed, and maybe this is really the only thing that this particular lot is good for. And one of the younger planning commissioners said something that at the time I thought was wise, and I think is even wiser now. And Raul, you made me think of it again, and that is we need to be forward thinking in terms of what we want to be doing with the properties in this community, and that maybe we shouldn't be thinking of the last 25 years, but maybe the next 25 years in terms of what's there, and that we need to be, again, looking at the neighborhoods that we have. As supportive as we are with businesses, I think that there may be opportunities for this property now that fit within one of those two columns, whether that's housing, whether that's a nursing home, whether that's a bank or a hotel or a motel, or whether that's a commercial, retail, restaurant, or drive-through. Because again, as Mr. Trethewey wisely said to the neighbors, be careful what you wish for, because you don't know what you might get that is not this type of a plan if this does not pass. I want to thank the community for coming out. As Quincy said, we are all about community engagement. We want to hear from the members of the public. I've only been here for almost a year now. We've had a lot of community engagement. We get a lot of emails. We get a lot of phone calls. We get a lot of people showing up at meetings. I came to a lot of city council meetings before I was on city council. I don't remember this many people sitting in the audience with me at 8:15 on a Wednesday night. So thank you for coming out. Thank you for making your voices heard. We represent you, and the decisions that we make, we know impact you. That's our job. That's what you, as Raul said, that's what you pay us the big bucks for, is to listen and to learn and to think before we make decisions. And with that, Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Hoekstra?
No.
Raymond?
No.
Byrd?
No.
Peters?
No.
Garcia?
No.
Trethewey?
No.
Arnstworst?
No.
Corbin?
No.
Mayor Box?
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, I believe, is item 12E 1.1, 10th Street reconstruction, non-motorized element. Mr. Van Beek.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm just going to give a sec as some people are leaving, just to make sure, kind of get settled. Brian's going to get himself set up there to present at the right dais here. So just for me to set the table on this conversation. And a couple things that I'll say, please grant me a couple minutes. One, how did we get here? I'll say that there's been a long time council priority as it relates to non-motorized development in the city. And I would point to also there's associated benefits, not just with the non-motorized, but the also benefits and priorities of the environment as reflected in goals of sustainability and those things connected to the community energy plan. And this is not just this council, but it is multiple kind of sessions of councils before that. And it's also reflected in various documents that goes back in time that Brian will probably briefly highlight. And those documents sometimes were just brought to you in report form. Some of them were brought to you for consideration and vote and approval. And again, sometimes this was past councils, not necessarily all of you sitting here. And those documents identified 10th Street as really the key component in an overall non-motorized plan. And Brian will highlight that in a moment, so I won't go too much, but as being really a key or the key east-west connector. So staff has pursued that priority that we were given by councils. And next year has long been identified as kind of the year, not for a non-motorized element, but rather as the year that we were going to do infrastructure and road improvements on 10th Street, which then was identified as the time that we would also have this discussion and examine this priority that's been assigned to us by council. So next year is that year. So let's talk about priorities for a second. So staff, as I'm sure council realizes, and as Raul in particular just noted, and not to make light of, but this is where you guys make the big bucks, right? Is that at times, those priorities may seem to bump up against each other, or even directly conflict. And you have two of those issues in front of you tonight, right? You had one, and now you have another. So a few things from staff as it relates to kind of those times where priorities come, may appear to come in conflict, or do come in conflict. We appreciate balancing priorities, and Brian White, our transportation director, has done phenomenal work on this, and he's going to go through and do a thorough presentation, but a few things that we'd like to just highlight. We really need you to make a conceptual design direction decision this evening. Associated with not just the non-motorized element or not, but all the other things that we need to plan and design and do, we need to get those things going so we know what we're designing so that we can hit those bid elements. So I'm going to ask that we really need that conceptual design decision direction from you tonight. Also, as it comes to priorities, we are recommending, and you heard it last week at the study session, we are recommending a bike lane cross-section, which we believe from a staff perspective, and you assign us to do this sometimes to enter into your world of balancing priorities. We believe this is a compromise of those two priorities of the non-motorized element, which has long been held, but also the discussion that you've had about neighborhoods, which obviously also is a high priority. But we certainly understand citizen perspectives and different views, and we will also understand the will of council as you make that clear this evening. I do feel, though, also with the recommendation that staff did make a recommendation here that we feel balances those two priorities. An implication, and I just want to be clear on this because I think it's fair to say, the logistics of 10th Street and why 10th Street and all those planning documents for many years, really why it rose that 10th Street was kind of the place to look at this as being the east-west connection. You know, the logistics, for a lot of reasons, 10th Street is the one that we really point to and say, this is the logistical solution. And there is an element there where even if there was what we would say a reasonable or comparable logistical solution, there is that element where even if there was that solution, that would go through another neighborhood. And as we just talked about, change for all humans is hard. And it does represent, and I totally respect, from a staff perspective, all of us respect that this is change for a neighborhood. But if you'd put it somewhere else, it's going to be change for another neighborhood too. So we're not trying to weigh you or push you in a different direction there, but I do want to make clear that there is an element where if it's not here, we don't have another logistical or otherwise solution for that east-west connector. So there is that implication that I just want to make clear where do your balancing tonight, and we totally respect that, and we totally respect the neighborhoods, but also we don't have another solution in this general vicinity that we feel is an east-west connector that that really is logistically the same, or that won't have the same implications of going through a neighborhood. So I think it's just fair to set the table with that and just be transparent with that. And with that, Brian is going to go through a thorough presentation of some of the elements you've already seen, and then some additional elements that we've worked on with some of the comments and direction that you asked from us from last time. So, Brian, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Keith, and good evening, Mayor Box and council members, members of the audience here, and then members viewing at home. What I'd like to do tonight is several of these slides we did go over back at the study session, so I'll click through some of the familiar ones fairly quickly. Certainly can return to them if there are questions. There are new slides, and I know there's has been a lot of discussion about parking and trees and things like that. So there's some new slides here to help us all understand those impacts, and so I want to certainly spend some time with those at the end. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Again, agenda, we'll go over timeline and project limits, the design elements fairly quickly, review some background information, which Keith touched upon a little bit in terms of planning documents and things like that. We have narrowed things down to basically 2 options. I know we had 6 prior at the study session, but there's really 2 that have percolated to the top. And then, again, want to spend some time with further discussion on trees, on-street parking, and then I know there's been some correspondence on crashes, so we've got some visuals for that as well. I just want to caution you with crashes. We got to be careful, and been doing this a while, so we got to be careful not to zero in on a specific crash, if you will, but more look at crashes in terms of trends. And so I just want to caution you there with regard to the crashes. And again, we'll try and keep it at a 50,000 foot level with crashes, but do want to share with you some more information on that. And then at the study session, there was definitely concerns brought up about 10th and Vinralty, the intersection there. And so we do have some background information on that and some crosswalk options there that we wanted to just share with you initially here tonight. So with that, again, as Keith mentioned, because there's MDOT funding here, there is a fairly lengthy process to get this project out to bid. That's really when you back that up in terms of timeline. That's where we arrive here with getting a decision from council on direction conceptually, so that we can go ahead and put pen to paper, get the design finalized, and then get it into MDOT's review and bidding queue. So the idea again here, it's a fairly substantial project. We really need all the construction season that we can get. And so we want to basically hit the ground running in early May, right after Hope College is out of session and tulip time concludes. So with that, the project limits, again, 10th Street, basically Vinralty to Lincoln, just under 2 miles. We've got stubs on College Avenue and Columbia Avenue to pick some of those things up in terms of utilities and whatnot there. Design elements, Certainly utilities play a big part of the project. One thing I will say with regard to sanitary sewer, the sanitary sewer on the west end of the project is somewhat newer, and so I don't anticipate much of any sanitary sewer replacement at that west end. However, water main, water services, storm sewer will be across the board. The sanitary sewer will be more focused on the east side of the project. Certainly looking at pavement, on-street parking, pedestrian facilities. Again, evaluating bike facilities, the tree situation there, and Snowmelt in terms of the design elements there. So, as I mentioned before, at the study session, we really looked at several different options. We've narrowed them down to 2, and we'll go into more detail with those 2. Snowmelt, at this point in time, we're looking at a baseline snowmelt improvement that's really focused on 10th Street between River and Central Avenue. So that's basically, at this point in time, what we intend to incorporate. That could expand from there depending on who we hear from, but at this point, that's baseline. Okay, so some background on the project, and again, I'll click through this fairly quickly. Reconstruction of 10th Street, as Keith mentioned, has been on our capital project list for some time. We do have some MDOT requirements that we have to comply because of the grant funding involved. Hope College, I mentioned before we were waiting on input from them. We did receive that input from Hope College, and they're desiring the bike lanes with parking on one side option. And I think there's certainly some other elements at play as we go down through the college end of the project. We can talk about those in more detail, but line of sight as you go through and understanding and having the ability to see the pedestrian traffic that's cutting through the parked cars plays into, I think, that feedback that we got from Hope. There's certainly links to the city's energy plan and goals, and then obviously some future mobility considerations too, as we look at last mile and things like that for mobility. We do have a complete streets policy that was approved back in 2011, and that basically says that we're going to look at non-motorized when we do road work like this. So there's been a downtown traffic study more recently that identified 10th Street as a east-west connector, and then back in 2006, 2007, the bike and pedestrian plan was approved, and that does identify 10th Street for that east-west connector. Again, just to kind of detail that out, the connectivity between Holland Heights at the east side of the city. I know there's been a closer look at non-motorized potential on that piece of 8th Street between Chicago Drive and Waverly. Now, that's technically not in the city, but I do know that that's being looked at by the governing bodies there, and it has been in the past. Hope College campus obviously is involved. There's parks, and then South Shore Drive to the west end of the city. Again, all kind of leading itself to that possible east-west non-motorized corridor. This is just a visual of that, basically. And again, the red is basically what we have in place in terms of non-motorized. So we've got a good start, and we've got some north-south connectivity, which I think is great, and I think it's strong, and I think it's being utilized. So that's good. We want to continue that, and again, create an east-west corridor. Again, the strength of those really is in the connectivity. So when you look at this map, when you look at the through streets, and particularly getting across US 31, but again, just getting through town as well and having the proximity to downtown, 10th Street really rises to the surface there. So and this graphic somewhat displays that. In terms of project information, the pavement condition, we typically do Pazer ratings every year. 10th Street, certainly from a pavement perspective, needs some help. Pazer ratings, again, it's a visual rating, 10 being a brand new street, 1 being a street in very poor condition. We're in the 2 to 3 range. Sidewalk condition, and I love just to say this because we haven't always had a sidewalk condition citywide. We do have that now, thanks to a lot of work by some interns over the past couple of years. Sidewalk rating through here does vary. You know, some areas are in good shape, some areas could need some help, and we'll be selective with that to update and upgrade the pedestrian facilities and the sidewalk. And then utilities, as I said, with the sanitary sewer, on the west end of the project, that stuff's fairly new in terms of how utilities go, 10 to 20 years. But for the vast majority of it, we're talking utilities on the order of 100 years old. So it's certainly time. The federal grant, as I mentioned, we do have a grant involved, approximately $1.2 million. And again, I know questions have come up in the past about whether or not that's tied directly to the non-motorized element. It is not, but you could argue indirectly it is, just because it made our application stronger, and we were much more competitive with that. So I think, you know, should we forego the non-motorized element, I do think we lose some credibility with regard to how that would fare in the future in terms of our grant applications. Project information, again, specific supporting documents, and we do these sorts of things with every reconstruct, or pretty much every reconstruct. We've done a parking study where we've looked at parking utilization throughout the project. We do a tree survey, and that's done by a third-party arborist, certified arborist, Bartlett Tree Service. They've been doing that for us for several years in a number of projects. One thing I did want to mention, and it came out in the Historic District Commission meeting last night, because I failed to bring it up, but we typically, with reconstruction projects like this, have a pretty robust tree replanting plan, and most oftentimes the case, we'll replant more than we remove. And again, it's an opportunity we see to increase the diversity of the tree species throughout, and really just enhance our street tree inventory as we go through these projects. Crash analysis, we do those, and again, one of the interesting things from a pattern standpoint that we noted with regard to crashes is 30 of the, I think, 53 total involved parked vehicles. So we definitely zeroed in on that and tailored our cross sections accordingly to try and do what we can to mitigate some of those issues with crashes and parked vehicles. We did do a cycle track demo. That was suggested in our downtown traffic study, that we look at that and actually demo that. So we did follow through with that for a 2-week period over the summer. I do think that generated a lot of interest and a lot of comments on both sides. Again, for the purpose of generating comments and doing a demo, I do think it was worthwhile. Traffic counts, and when I brought this to you before, I didn't really add any data, but we've got some 2017 data that I can just share with you. Average daily traffic ranges from 411 vehicles per day to a little under 2,500, depending on where you're at within the route. The speed range, and again, this particular project, there's basically a stop sign at every intersection there. Speed really isn't an issue. We're seeing 85th percentile ranges from 23 to 26, again, depending on where you're at, but pretty much in line with a 25 mile per hour expectation. We do look at storm sewer videos and condition, and so that'll feed into some of the details that we do there. And in terms of connecting up folks, sump pumps and things like that. So certainly a plug for that. For those of you who live along the route, if you do have sump pumps, make sure you let us know about those, or if you're considering them, please, again, communicate with us. So we want to make sure we can accommodate those. We did, after the cycle track demo, we did do a public survey, kind of ad hoc, but I do have a bar chart that shows the results of that. And we recently went before the Holland Historic District, and I'm going to share with you the findings there. So the public input, and again, just put it in terms of a bar chart. Non-city residents, I'm not sure how much we want to invest in that particular column, but we did receive some input from folks outside the city. In terms of city residents, you can see the majority there was a yay. In terms of 10th Street residents, that's different, right? The majority there is a nay. Hope staff and Hope students, we divided that out. But again, want to reference or remind you, we did hear from Hope, and so we feel pretty comfortable moving in that direction in terms of Hope. So, the Holland Historic District Commission, again, went before them, talked to them about the project, and this is basically the feedback that we have from the commission there. Pretty positive overall, and I think they appreciate what we're doing in terms of the non-motorized, but also in terms of trying to limit the impact to the trees here. So that was reassuring there with the historic district. So you'll recall, again, at the study session, we looked at several different options. We basically have boiled them down to two. Basically, one option being parking on both sides through lanes, but no non-motorized element. And then the other one basically is the bike lanes and parking on one side. The cross-section in terms of width is fairly similar. Basically, we're trading, in essence, parking on one side for the bike lane feature. So, again, something we did fairly similar along the Central Avenue corridor for that north-south connector back in 2013. You know, we've received some feedback and input on the cycle track. I know that was pretty well received by certain folks in the community. We've received some input about, hey, you know, why don't we modify that section a little bit and still stick with the cycle track cross-section. And I'll just say this, in terms of the AASHTO guide, they're pretty clear on a 10-foot wide minimum, which is what we used for the cross-section. They do say there's language in the guide about, in very rare circumstances, go with an 8-foot wide lane. And typically that's for short distances due to environmental features, not like a end-to-end, you know, slightly less than 2 mile situation. So we really didn't think that exception really applies in this case, because we would basically apply it across the board. The college, again, in terms of continuity and maintaining consistency throughout the project and throughout the corridor, we appreciated the fact that the council, or that the college, preferred the lanes versus the track. And again, we felt that that was appropriate and taken through the rest of the route here. So there's some consistency. There's trying to avoid designing down to the bare minimums. And then also, when we do introduce the cycle track element, that cycle track would be on one side of the street, the south side. It would have a buffer zone between the traffic lane. But on the north side, where you have the parking, you would basically be putting the traffic lane right next to the parking. We don't think that's appropriate to do in terms of parked vehicles and getting out of the parked vehicle and being right next to a very tight travel lane here. So there's some graphics too that I think will help show that. But again, we got to be thinking more than just bikes. We got to be thinking about the users for the parking and how they interact with the traffic lane. So I think it's important that we not only look at the bikes, but look at everything, all the uses. And then the other thing, as I mentioned before, we've had this out on Central Avenue. We put it on Central Avenue in 2013, and we do think it's working, it's functional, and that it is a benefit for the biking community. So I won't spend a whole lot of time on these options, maybe just get to the ones we're looking at. Basically, the existing cross-section, again, it does vary along the route, but on that west end, it's 35 feet typically. Again, from a crash standpoint, we feel that probably needs to be a little bit wider. again, just to try and mitigate some of those crashes. So basically, that winds up with this option 4 with a 37-foot cross-section. Again, we think that'll help address that crash pattern with parked vehicles, but it doesn't do anything to meet the non-motorized element that we're desiring there. We talked about the cycle track, but then that's where we arrive at this compromise, if you will, where we take the bike lanes, the traffic lanes, and then the parking on the one side. Just to talk a little bit more detail, again, trying to address some of the comments that have come up. In terms of crashes, this is a visual, if you will, of the crashes across the route. We'll actually see when we talk about Vinralty and 10th, you'll see that concentration there at the west end pop up again in that crash study, but pretty spread out among the route. Again, in blue there is basically the injury crashes. I'll just say 2 of those do involve bikes, but again, not to infer anything from the 2 crashes, but they're there. And then 1 did involve a pedestrian as well. So again, 53 total crashes, 30 of those involving parked vehicles. This is just another graphic of that. I know Councilman Byrd had asked about the timing in terms of, is there any pattern that we can glean from understanding the crashes, particularly with that parked vehicle? And, unfortunately, I'm not seeing anything here other than I would say that these fall in line with the traffic patterns that we're seeing. The traffic peaks and the crashes with the parked vehicles coincide, so which is pretty typical. So happy to spend some more time on crashes, but moving on to tree removals. And what I'll do is I'll just go from west to the east end of the project. As I mentioned before, and I can't probably stress it enough, there's really 2 elements here to the project. One element in terms of tree removal. One element has to do with those trees that have been determined in poor condition by the arborist that we're proposing to be removed regardless of whatever cross-section we decide to do. And then there are trees which are called out for removal as a result of the road cross-section. So 2 different categories. It's actually an even split. There's 36 total throughout. 18 of those are being identified by the arborist, and then the remaining have to do with the road work. So just, again, moving from west to east, in that block from Vinralty to Washington, 2 trees have been identified by the arborist for removal, 0 for the road work. Moving a block over, we have 4 identified by the arborist, 2 associated with the road work. And then in that block from Maple to Pine, 4 identified by the arborist, none for the road work. As we get further to the east, there's more trees that have been identified as associated with the road work. These trees, and you can see in the notes there, they're smaller diameter. They're certainly less significant trees throughout the route. Of the 9 there in front of United Methodist Church, most all of those are smaller diameter trees in front of the churches. And in terms of the 7 at the east end, those are also associated with the road work, but again, all but basically 1 are what I would say smaller diameter trees, and we're talking like 6-inch trees, that kind of thing. So at any rate, that's a little more detail with regard to the trees. And again, I just want to stress those arborists, the trees that have been identified by the arborist. And I did walk this a number of times actually, and it is pretty evident when you walk through there, the trees that have been identified. Now I do have some photos, and again, we're not close up here, we're at some distance, but hopefully you can appreciate the tree, these are some of the trees that have been identified by the arborist, but you can see the cankers and the cavities on the tree to the left and the dead in the top of that tree. The tree on the right, there's really not much there. There's some cracks in the bark. That one's dead. And then a few others here. Again, you can see the cankers. Again, there's cavities when you inspect these up close, cavities in the trunks. These are the trees that, strong winds and things like that come by. These are the first to go. And I think it's important that we look at this as an opportunity, not only to address these potential concerns, but also to take the opportunity to create not just different species through there, but different generations too of trees. So I think it's a great opportunity to do that. Again, this stuff isn't being dictated by the road work necessarily. We could certainly do the road work and leave these in, but we think it's been identified by the arborist, and we think it's appropriate to follow that direction that's been identified there. So that was the trees. I want to talk just briefly about the parking, and basically the same kind of thing. If we go block by block for parking, you can see the total spaces, the change that's being proposed, and then the remaining spaces. And again, with regard to the west end, we're basically leaving, if not as much, more than what we're taking with regard to the parking on the north, and leaving that in. I will say in those blocks between Pine and Central, I did identify a couple of parking changes, but those are basically to preserve a few fairly nice established trees through there. If you'll recall the route, there's a couple of trees right next to Pine Avenue that are good-sized trees, mature trees. We feel that it's worth the parking to save the trees. And so that's basically what's happening there, is that we think there should be some parking changes there in order to save the trees. The trees, we feel, have life, a substantial amount of life left in them. So we think that's appropriate. There's certainly a lot of spaces remaining in those two blocks with this approach. And then the college, obviously, there's a pretty significant change in numbers there. But again, we're hearing from the college. We understand where their desire and direction is. And again, I think the convenience, there's certainly some convenience that's lost probably through that campus, but I do know that there is parking. So basically, again, and you've seen this slide before, but we're talking about a recommendation of the bike lanes. I will say in that 2-block area that we'd be proposing bike lanes on both sides and parking on both sides there. So that's the real difference there in those center blocks on either side of River Avenue.
And John, I'm sorry, Brian, just as a reminder there, that's really because the existing cross-section really.
Yes, correct. Yeah, it's a pretty wide existing cross-section, so we feel that that's appropriate. This is just a visual of the proposed cross-section. And again, you can kind of visualize the door swings and things like that. The bike lane that's on the right there, that's between the parked car and the travel lane, we're proposing that being 5 feet. We think that's adequate to avoid the dooring potential there that's possible. But again, if you can envision the tight travel lane in that, if you basically switched the bike lane with the parking lane, again, to have that parking lane exit right out into the travel lane, we don't think that's really appropriate. So that basically is a run-through of the cross sections. Now, I did want to spend some time on the intersection of 10th and Veralty and just share with you a couple of options that we put together since the study session. So I will say that we've looked at the intersection in the past. As some of you may recall, back in 2014, 2015, we engaged the neighborhood, had quite a few public input sessions, and we basically did some modifications. Then you can see them here where we tightened up the crossings east-west, and we also did some signage and things like that. Along with that, some paint as well. So, again, fortunately, what we look at, as we do always, we typically look at crash patterns. So we'll go ahead and review those. And we have a fairly recent traffic count that I want to share with you as well. One of the things, again, fortunately, since that 2014 and 2015 effort, we haven't had any crashes here involving bikes or pedestrians, so that's good. And actually, the crash pattern, again, this is just a summary here, but basically over the 5 years, we've identified 5 crashes that were directly related to the intersection. Some of the crashes identified here, as I mentioned before, involved those parked vehicles that are on 10th Street, east of Vinralty. There's 3 of those that, again, really aren't intersection related. So basically, we're looking at 5 crashes, none of them involving bikes or peds. And so I would say that actually is pretty good, and fortunately so. With regard to the traffic counts, and I believe this is from 17, April of 17, and this is the speed side of things. 85th percentile is 29 miles an hour, and so I would say that's pretty good. And this traffic count was located on Vinralty Avenue, right at the curve there between 9th and 10th. So basically, that's where we're at in terms of the 85th percentile, what we're seeing out there. So, again, a couple of options that we put together. One of them I'll call the narrow option, and then the other one involves medians. But basically, some elements kind of carry through. With this narrow option, we're proposing, this is a fairly wide cross-section here, and then the paint kind of tightens it up here. We're proposing that get narrowed up. And again, I think that'll... oh, sorry. Oh, I gave my review. So again, with this narrow option, tightening that up, tightening those curbs in and not having that extra asphalt just sitting out there. The other thing that's obvious here is we would eliminate that crosswalk that's nearest the curve and basically direct all that pedestrian traffic, eliminate the ramps there, and direct all that pedestrian traffic across and to a crosswalk that's further away from that curve. We think that that's important. The other thing that we would propose, and this is more of a solar-powered thing, many of you may have seen it before, but basically it's a speed feedback sign. We would position that, and I think it's important where we position that, leading into the curve, right, so that you're not taking attention away from the motorist as they're going through the curve, but leading into it, giving them some feedback about how fast they're going with the speed limit identified there. And then we would have some advanced warning signs and some crosswalk signs, along with some upgrades there that basically indicate the pedestrian right-of-way there. This is the narrow option, if you will. In terms of how the bikes interact there, we would basically put some signage that the bikes would use the crosswalk, and basically the signage would get adjusted accordingly. So this is the narrow option. The one thing I really like about this option, and you could argue, is it really doing enough? And you'll see on the next one a next step further. But I think tightening up the area and keeping this curve tight, I think by default keeps that speed low, and maybe even we get some deduct there speed-wise. But certainly you would not anticipate speeds increasing there from what the 85th percentile is currently. So Contrast that with installing the median islands. And one of the things that I'm concerned about here is that by introducing that median island, you soften this curve. And granted, having the friction there between the travel lanes, I think helps in terms of speed. I guess I'm concerned that by softening that radius, that we could see an increase in speed there just because it's easier to navigate that curve. So that's one concern that I'll just share with you on the median possibility here. The other thing is, and I tried to include this cross-section deliberately, because this is a parade route, we do not, really can't introduce any kind of an elevated barrier or median island, just because the parade's got to get through there and whatnot. So by doing that, everything is basically flush or at grade, and the bollards and the material that we put within those median islands needs to be breakaway, if you will, or crash sensitive. So certainly the bollards will help, but they're not gonna be designed or intended to stop traffic, just be a delineator, if you will. So there's a breakaway feature that has to come with those bollards. Because we don't have any raised curbs or anything like that, everything is just flat. One of the things that I think is good about this is that with the median island, you're basically looking at one direction of traffic to make that crossing. So that's certainly undeniable benefit of the median island approach. One of the things too that we did with that median island, and we spent a lot of time on these actually, is we actually increased the width of those somewhat, trying to be sensitive to a bike trailer combo that would maybe want to queue up there. And so we basically tweaked that. It's a little bit wider than what would be minimum, but we certainly wanted to accommodate that potential setup in terms of a biker with a trailer wanting to use that crossing. So that's been accounted for. Signage is similar. We would still include the speed feedback sign here. Again, a fair amount of work with regard to how this works come tulip time and pulling things off and putting things back. And again, these are breakaway, so no one should have the false sense that this stuff is going to stop vehicular traffic. And I think some of the crashes that we've identified here, when you look at the UD10s, they're just single vehicle crashes, and they're I know of at least 3 of them involving snow. So I think it's fair to say that these would get hit. This is a curve, and we know, particularly when things get icy, that folks tend to lose control there. So again, certainly don't want to create the false impression that by putting that out there, they wouldn't get hit. We would certainly expect them to get hit, particularly on days where it may be icy and things like that. So again, my perspective, if we keep things tight, I do think we can keep the speed down. My particular thought on this is there is gaps to get across there, but let's go ahead and create some space away from that curve to allow folks to cross there at the one crossing. So at any rate, that basically is what I have for you tonight. And certainly welcome to answer any questions or comments.
Any questions from council? Dave? Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for this new information. Just curious, on 9th Street, we have those flashing lights that are pedestrian initiated. Is that something that might fit into this scenario as well?
Yeah, so we deliberately did not go that route. And again, it just has to do with the curve and the line of sight and the lead time into that. what we really want to avoid is, and again, a signal, wigwags, that kind of a thing. When that traffic queues up, I think there's a potential for the rear end situation to occur. Again, I really, I think if we avoid that, that would probably be a good thing. Particularly, and it just has to do with geometry of the area and the line of sight limitations we have.
Okay, well, I have another question or two to ask while you're here. Now, as I understand it, looking at the graphics that we were given last week, the existing roadway is 35 feet wide from curb to curb, right? And from what I'm seeing from the suggestions tonight, a 38-foot span is what's being proposed.
Correct.
Now, I know we've referenced Central Avenue a number of times, and that's been cited and rebuffed, depending on what conversation you're part of. But is that section 38 feet?
It is.
All right. So what I'm getting at here is that, and don't anybody get nervous, just kind of go with me for a minute. If 38 feet becomes the standard width for the project, which is being suggested here, that would allow for a configuration of bike lanes, parking on one side, and the 2 lanes of traffic per Central Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Would also allow, if I'm not mistaken, if it were deemed necessary, for parking on 2 sides, 2 lanes of traffic, and a shared lane of bike and auto, as also as part of Central Avenue experience, kind of around Centennial Park. Am I
Sure.
right there?
The Cheryl concept there.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So, and you've made it a whole lot easier for me. I may have more comments later on, but it seems to me to take into account what is necessary. I'll stop there.
Oh.
I'll probably talk more later. Okay, well, anyway. To try to accommodate, oh, heck, I'll just go for the whole shebang right now. We,
Go for it, Dave.
okay, yeah, then I'll just shut up. I'm sorry for the noise earlier. I was trying to find something to push the wrong button. We have made a commitment to non-motorized accommodation on our roadways, as has been cited a number of times tonight, the different documents that we as council and previous council have, through a visionary and aspirational process, said that we are committed to. The Complete Streets thing, all the other documents that we've signed off on says to the community that we think it's important that we incorporate non-motorized access in our street system as best as we can. And we've committed ourselves to that. We've done that, as I say, in a more visionary process and not necessarily a technical one, which is where we find ourselves now when these projects come up, as 40th Street, for example, Central Avenue, where those opportunities have come along. We've availed ourselves of those opportunities to incorporate that. And I want to also thank you and your staff for actually paying attention to council and putting that stuff in the plans. So it's good to know that someone's listening. So now we find ourselves in the place where we have to deal with the technical portions of it and the change, as Keith has alluded to earlier, that's inevitably going to involve. As has been stated before, we're trying to inject a system here into the parameters of a system that has previously accommodated horses and cars. And now we're trying to provide for bicycles as well. And that means we have to change things. We have to change footprints. We have to change physical stuff. We have to get rid of a few trees in order to accomplish that. That's just the nature of the process. And some of it's easy to accommodate and some of it isn't. But I just want to make the point that that's the nature, that's the cost of the commitment that we've made here. So we need to understand that. That said, I think we want to minimize the harm or potential for harm that we do when we do these things. And so that brings me to my point here, asking about the 38-foot cross-section. It seems to me, and I was going through the scenarios earlier, trying to figure out, well, what's the best way to do this? We could do this here, this there. It seems to me that what you're offering here is with that standard road width, it's going to impact the western portion of 10th Street probably more dramatically than it will the east side, just because of the way things are. But it also seems to give us the opportunity to make good on the things that we've said we want to be committed to, and that is offer that non-motorized opportunity. And also to give ourselves the space to say, well, if in this 2 or 3 block span, on-street parking really is a higher priority, we have the ability to do that. It's a matter of striping, frankly. Where we put the paint on the road determines, what the function's going to be. Not to say that we necessarily will do that, right? But it gives us that option. And what we're looking for at this juncture is marching orders for the street department to create a design to go ahead and do this project, because we have to get it done. So, I don't know if it's a long way of getting to the spot where this seems to be the best compromise that I can see. And this will involve a compromise, I think. And some wise person once said, the best compromise is one that leaves everybody not completely satisfied. I'm not sure who said that, but I can almost guarantee that's where we're going to wind up. But this, to me, as I view this seems to be the best solution, because I think not to put a good faith effort into trying to make progress toward providing non-motorized access would be a failure on our part. The phrase about missing opportunities when they present ourselves, that's been debated as well, I know, but there's validity in that notion. We don't want to be dictated by circumstance, but you can't ignore it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we don't want to get too much into discussion at this point because we don't have a motion on the floor yet, Dave.
Yes, well, you guys.
I know. I thought you had, I apologize. I had questions. I thought you had questions that you wanted. That's really what we want to do with Brian right now. We've got staff up here. Because, we'll do a motion, then we're going to have the public comment. So I just want to make sure council members have the opportunity to ask questions of staff at this point, in anticipation then of a motion.
Please consider everything that I've just said a question.
You would put a question mark in there, a little inflection on the end of that, right?
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Yeah, Nikki, questions?
Brian, so the trees, since that seems to be, it is a major issue because it's aesthetics as well as much as anything else. If there were no project, the city has a tree program, when would you be addressing these distressed trees or these trees that aren't doing very well or that the arborist has identified? Would they ever get addressed and removed?
Yeah, and so I would say, I'm not entirely sure when that would happen, but I know that when we do road projects, we do at that point take a look at the trees. So that's just been part of our process on the road side of things when we do it.
And did you say that some of this could be done without removing trees? Or let's say all the trees are great.
Yeah.
Could you do this project at Councilman Hoekstra's 38?
Yeah. So basically let's assume that the trees are all good. Then basically we'd be looking at 18 trees that would be identified. And those basically would be the 2 trees here, any of the ones that have the road work associated with them. So basically the 2 in this block, the 9 in front of the church, and the 7 over by the railroad tracks. Those are the trees that are in good condition, that the arborist did not flag, but that we feel in order to build the road section, we need to affect those trees.
Because they're in the way?
Yes.
is it possible to do, Councilman Hoekstra mentioned that, the west end of 10th is a little different than the east end. Is it possible to start 2 blocks in and go?
Again, we're basically talking, if you boil it down, it's those 2 trees between Washington and Maple that we're talking about.
That are healthy?
Correct.
Are they large?
One of them is a 22-inch little leaf linden. The other one, I think, is a 27-inch silver maple. So they're not insignificant trees. But I guess I would just point you toward, there's a lot of good trees and tree stock that is going to remain. These 2 trees, I know the little leaf linden has already lifted the curb and, played with the sidewalk and things like that just because of proximity. Both of these trees are elevated in nature, so they're kind of mounded up, which makes it even more difficult to work with them just because of the elevation difference. But they already have played havoc with the roadway, if you will.
Sure. And when do new trees get planted?
Yeah, so we typically, like on our 20th, 21st Street project, I intend to bring a proposal there probably in early November for the tree planting, and we do something similar here where at the end of the project, we would go ahead and plant the trees. Typically, you want to be in that kind of November timeframe to do that, so.
And of course, and you mentioned the diversity of the trees, which I agree with.
Yes.
Are they trees that will grow up, or are they city trees like, is it not linden trees, so those little trees downtown that are?
Yeah, ornamentals or something like that.
Ornamentals, yeah.
Right. And so we have a basket of trees that are like salt tolerant and sidewalk and curb friendly, if you will. And those do include both ornamental and kind of the bigger oak, maple, that sort of a thing. The parkway that we're going to be leaving here is big enough, 8-foot wide parkway to put some of those bigger trees in. We just want to be mindful of the overhead. So that's something that we'll look at when we do the replanting to make sure that the proverbial V doesn't get cut out of them in the futures. Then we would, if there's an overhead conflict, we'd go with the more ornamental types.
Would the owner have a choice? I mean, if they didn't have a...
Yeah, I've got to be a little careful with that because sometimes that can translate into like 100 different points of input. But we do try, if somebody makes the effort to say, hey, what's your list and what can we do? We do try and work with folks on that.
Thank you.
Jay?
Let me put a question mark on some of Mr. Hoekstra's musings. Is it possible to complete this project in a way that the staff is looking to get what they need to be done tonight? But within the project, we can go from Monroe to Pine on 10th Street with 2 sides of parking on both sides of the street, 1 lane, somehow to make that happen. Is that possible? Can we make that compromise? Is that a possible thing to do to get the approval you need tonight to make that happen?
Yeah, so I would say this. It depends on how you want to look at that bike feature. So as you're familiar, you probably heard there's the concept of sharrows, right? Which basically is a shared lane. That's certainly an option here. I think it does take away from the emphasis on the bikes and from the dedicated space, if you will. And so I would just draw this comparison. If we did sharrows along Central Avenue, however many years, 7 years ago, I don't think we would be seeing the use in creating the space that we did on Central Avenue. And so I think that's a tough one, right? You guys have to weigh that out. But basically, from our perspective, when you look at the parking utilization, we think, as we did with Central, that we can still accommodate that routine parking and still have a place for everybody and generate that legitimate bike facility there. So that's what.
Thanks for the
I'll say
answer.
about
I'll ask more once there's a motion on the floor, if there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah. Other questions for staff? Yeah, Quincy?
Wanted to know, so looking at the data 29-3 for the people on 10th Street that were for it, the yays and the nays. So we had 29 nays and 3 yays, correct?
Correct.
What was the questions asked?
Yeah, okay, so that's good. I'm glad you brought that up, Quincy. So this was basically input that we received after the cycle track demo. So this was basically trying to gauge input that we received on that cycle track demo. So it's really specific to the demo and to the cycle track feature. And I would say, again, depending on which camp you're in, right? If you're a bicyclist and you've got varied riders, and again, you know, there's some differentiation there between a cycle track and a bike lane, I guess. So these numbers could, I guess what I'm saying is these numbers could change if you say, give us a yay or nay on a bike lane, right? It may change a little bit, but these were more for the cycle track.
Did they give any reasons behind their nays or yays?
Yeah,
that
so
kind of,
there's
that stood out.
There's about 200 inputs that we received, which is a lot. Tammy did the tabulation here, and yeah, there usually was people, and to their credit, put a lot into this, on both sides for that.
And Quincy, I would say, I think in a moment you're going to hear some people provide you public comment that live on the street, and certainly the 55 emails that we have, certainly there's a good share of people that are making their feelings known on that also, which probably is more current relevant information than this bar chart that Brian had.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Other questions of staff? Yes, Lynn.
Brian, there was a slide, I think I'm a little bit confused. Could you just keep going ahead until it was this one right here.
Yes.
I'm confused about this one. I thought you had changed these recommendations until we got to the other slide where they were the same. Option 6 and option 4. Could
Yep.
you explain this to me again?
Sure. So back at the study session, we just took a look at all these different 6 types of cross sections, and basically have narrowed that down to the 2. Again, recognizing and trying to compromise on tree impacts and things like that.
But your other slide says option 2, right? Doesn't it?
Yeah, Brian, I'll help. I think I know
Sure.
what she's asking.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what we did here, Councilmember Raymond, is really say, we're kind of saying that you probably have a choice between 6 or 4, but then we feel that we have a responsibility to give you a recommendation.
Okay.
So the recommendation that we're giving you is 6, but then you have a couple of those blocks that really we can accomplish cross-section 2 here that isn't possible the entire stretch.
Right.
But because in those blocks you already have a 45-foot cross-section,
Close.
so that's why we're saying in those blocks it's number 2.
Okay. So, and I think that Nikki was trying to get at this before. Well, now I'm going to get into commentary here. I don't have any questions. No, I'll save that commentary.
Okay.
All right, other questions for staff? Yeah, Nikki.
What did, since, I wasn't paying attention before Central was changed, what did Central look like before?
I don't have the measurements per se, but I think it was pretty similar to what we have here, maybe even a little bit narrower than
To 10th Street?
than
like
10th Street, yes.
So, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll entertain motions. Yes. Go ahead, Raul.
These are questions, I promise. Yeah, so with these bike lanes, like what does that look like with for well, at least the cross section, right, that you're recommending? What does that look like for leaf and snow removal?
Yeah, and again, Councilman Garcia, sorry. again, Councilman Garcia, I apologize. I do have, and thank you for sending those over, the comments. And let's go ahead and step through that. But basically, in terms of snow removal, I can tell you that it would basically fall in with the typical road plowing. And basically, those non-motorized features would get cleaned when the road gets cleaned. I can tell you, interestingly, on 10th Street, we have had bicyclists in the past call us up and say, hey, can you get to 10th Street sooner so that we can bike this and get to work or wherever we need to go. So it's interesting that they've identified 10th Street. And again, this is a handful. And so we've tried to modify our plow routes to somewhat accommodate that. But we certainly do what we can in that regard. So yeah, that's with regard to the seasonality. In terms of the parking at the church, again, we would propose that parking be on the north side. So that really wouldn't affect the church. They'd still have the parking element there as they do now. And then in terms of, why 10th Street, we've kind of gone through that. I will say in terms of the feasibility or possibility of converting 10th Street to a one-way street, I do think that we got to be careful there because we do have one-way pairs in the proximity of 10th Street. And I think we want to try and keep as much flexibility as we can into our road network. And so I'll just kind of leave that at that, where we really want to see that continue to be a two-way element there throughout. So.
Any other questions for staff? Entertain a motion. And I think what we have before us is a recommendation from staff that would involve the option of essentially parking on both sides in between, and I don't have the map in front of me, but is it Pine and Central? And then with biking and parking for those two blocks, but then for the remainder of it, it is parking on the north side and bike lanes on either side. That's the recommendation from staff. Okay. Anybody interested in making a motion?
One more question.
Sure.
Because it does have a comment portion to it, but I think I'll just ask the question. And so on the, with the count on the bike track, that you listed that as riders, but was that riders or was that rides?
So I guess I would defer. That was counts in terms of the usage. So if you're getting at, was that a person, just going, I don't know. I can't answer that.
Right. But that is different, right? I mean, the number of crossings or uses versus
I believe,
individuals. So
yeah, this is trip. We could say this is trips, if you will. Maybe that's a better way to say it. Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Nikki. Question.
Didn't know I had, explain Cheryl again. So Cheryl, what you're talking about?
Oh, yeah.
So that was just one sign?
Yeah, it's a symbol that would be put on the pavement that basically is an indicator that there's bike and vehicular traffic together. So there's not a dedicated space, if you will, for bikes. But it's a symbol basically that's put on the pavement. And then there is some signage that could go along with that.
Nikki, it's not an arrow, it's a sharrow. So in other words, share the road.
And I think I've seen those.
Yeah.
So bikes and cars are sharing that space.
Correct.
Not, is my light on? Not two-way bikes. So you don't consider something to have parking and then bike lanes just on one side of the street? I mean.
Yeah, no, the share would be a two-way element with the traffic.
Okay. Do you need on such a small street? Of course, it's going to turn into Central. See, my idea of Central is almost a highway, and then I've got this little neighborhood street. I mean, I know you, I've heard people live on it, but I don't want to see it become a highway, but you don't. Is it not ever considered to have a bike lane just on one side?
Yeah, and again, for the two-way element on the bike lane, you're basically talking about the cycle track, which then dumps you into that bigger cross-section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so not just that one. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Motions?
I will make a motion so that we don't tread on procedure here
Thank you, Mr. Trethewey.
and for discussion. Motion to adopt staff's recommendation to provide approval to design alternative to 10th Street cross-section and cross-treatment at 10th and Vanralty.
Moved by Trethewey, is there support?
Support.
Support by Garcia. All right, so now we're going to open up public comment in regard to this issue. Is there anyone who would like to address council in regard to the motion that's on the floor, the 10th Street potential bike path? If so, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. And I would ask you to pull your mask up over your nose, please.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you.
My name's Stacy Ortiz. I live at 256 West 10th. I emailed you guys a bunch of times. I'm sure you got those. I've lived there for 8 years. My husband's owned that home for about 35 years. It was his family home that he grew up in, so it's been passed on. In hearing all this information, I was never, excuse me, I'm really nervous. I don't public speak.
That's all right. That's all right. Take your time. Deep breath. You're doing great.
I never wanted the bike path, honestly, just because of the implications that I thought it would take away from our street and everything that we've grown to love about it. You know, the beautiful trees, the quietness, the knowing that I can send my 4 kids out there to play without really too much traffic going on, whether it be biking or cars. I'm nervous, I'm sorry. But hearing the information, I really like the idea that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Hoekstra came up with parking on both sides and the single lane. I think that would be a fair compromise, honestly. Like Mr. Hoekstra said, in this kind of event, nobody's going to be completely satisfied. So I think that that'd be a fair compromise, honestly, because then I wouldn't lose my parking, which is a big deal. We have a huge family. So we like to have our family over, and we don't have parking on our driveway because it's like this big. So having that off-the-street parking and ample street parking is nice. And the tree in front of my house is like 150 years old. It's a great treasure. There's not that many trees in our neighborhood that are that large. I mean, I can't even reach my arms around it. It's massive. And I don't feel, it wasn't one of the ones that he had listed to be removed or taken down. But I feel like if you widen the street and take away more of its space to grow, then it will be compromised. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you.
Stacy. Anyone else who would like to address council at this time? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Monica Donnelly. I live at 238 Washington, the northwest corner of Washington and 10th Street. And I support everything that Stacy said. I think the compromise that allows for parking on both sides of the street and minimizes tree removal is one that everybody in the neighborhood can accept, maybe with a little disappointment, but without bitterness. And I think at this point, that would be a good thing. So that's what I'm hoping you'll go for.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Monica. And while our city manager is cleaning the podium again, anyone else like to address council at this time?
My name is Victor Orozco. I live at 174 West 10th Street. Gee, I don't know where to start, but I also like the minimize part of it. But I'm going to take us back to maybe in the 1990s in my neighborhood, in our neighborhood, that we designated a historic district after long trod and long agony behind council. We did this in order to maintain our homes, our neighborhood, preserve housing. And it took a lot of us, and it took me as a councilman a lot of headaches. I had a lot of people against it. And now here we are faced with a bike track, where actually I really don't believe we need it. I'll be honest. I sit on the bird's eye view on the corner of my house, looking out the porch. I see bikers going by, but not that many. What I do see is a lot of traffic going north and south on Maple, north and south on Van Route. And we know that. We took a traffic study going east and west, but we did not, I don't believe we took a study based on going north and south on all these streets. I am more concerned about the safety of the bikers on these streets. And the reason why I think that we have somewhat invited more traffic in our neighborhood than what we had before. Down Pine, down Maple, down Van Route, down Washington Boulevard. Now, if we're thinking about bringing in a bike path, I think the only thing that we should have done, you should have done, was take it at a citywide planning in order to see what you are going to be doing a bike path. Right now, if you're thinking about just because the construction site is going up, it's a time to put a bike track. That's wrong. What you guys are going to do is do a cookie cutter section of bike paths. Now, let's say if we put a road construction down on 19, which is you already had. 16th Street, you already had a construction site. More construction sites will be coming up. So right now, I think that even the questions that you had raised here today among all you councilmen, I would like to recommend that maybe what we need to do is somewhat, you see, I really don't like this, to be honest with you. I'm very upset. And the reason why is because all these years, my main concern was neighborhoods. Quincy Byrd brought it up. And yet, I would like to make a recommendation that maybe you just need to table this and study this more. There's a different plan inside that you could develop to somewhat avoid 10th Street project. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Anyone else who would like to address council in regard to this issue? Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, I'm Jenny White. I reside at 862 Knollcrest Ave. My husband and I own Velocity Cycles, the bike shop next to the library, and we also own our bike shop building, 326 South River Ave. It will come as no surprise to you that I'm in favor of cycling infrastructure in our community. The reason I'm advocating for dedicated bike infrastructure on 10th Street is to support our youngest and our oldest users, the one that need protection in order to grow confidence and gain access. It's also for me and my husband, though, experienced riders who still frequently feel unsafe as vehicles get bigger and more drivers drive distracted. Bike lanes and active transportation infrastructure supports the everyday cyclist, not the spandex-clad Tuesday night riders. Active transportation infrastructure is for the young family that enjoys a Sunday afternoon bike ride through downtown Holland and out to Windmill Island and then back downtown for ice cream at Kilwin's. It's for the young professional who bikes downtown after work to meet up with colleagues for a beer at Our Brewing or New Holland. It's for the groups of Evergreen Commons and Freedom Village cyclists that we see at the Farmers Market and in Collin Park throughout the summer. I sure hope to join the ride someday. It's for the downtown business owner who's diagnosed with a genetic eye disease that has left him unable to drive. He bikes everywhere, sun, rain, snow, sleet, blizzard, wind, no matter what, and he does it with a smile on his face. It's for the 10-year-old who has gained his freedom and earned responsibilities to bike around the block with his friend and no adult supervision. It's for the 6-year-old girl who loves biking downtown with her mom. She's learning the rules of the road and how to maneuver through town on bike lanes. Their outings always include a snack at Lamangelo's while on their rides. It's for the bike commuter who uses his bike every day of the year. As he bikes from his home on the south side of Holland to the bus station, he hops on a bus to get to his factory job in Zeeland. It's for the business owner downtown who has a fleet of bikes for his employees to use throughout the day. How cool is that? Because he sees the importance of healthy, active lifestyle. It's for the people who don't yet bike but are looking for ways to be active, healthy, and to get around town. These are all true stories and real people that live in Holland. They're my friends, they're my colleagues. Active transportation infrastructure is all about access. How can we make our downtown more accessible and safer for everyone in our community? It has become very obvious, especially during this pandemic, that cycling has emerged on a new level. The bike industry has never seen anything like it. And this huge increase in cycling is not a fad, and it's not going away anytime soon. Holland has a real opportunity here to make a permanent solution, an opportunity to keep up with the cities who are investing in active transportation. South Haven, Traverse City, Grand Rapids, these are just a few, but so many cities have recognized the need of making their communities more bike-friendly. Dedicated active transportation infrastructure, cycle tracks, bike lanes, and sidewalks, is an investment in our future. It's an investment in our children. Dedicated paths are critical to provide a safe space for children to learn to ride and for the elderly to feel safe as they ride. The overall comfort of riding is much greater in a dedicated space, away from cars. Use of dedicated space also helps attract more users. If you build it, they will come. I agree that the intersection at Holland Park and Vinralty is currently a very dangerous one, and I appreciate the options that you put together. Investing in a bikeable, walkable community and infrastructure like these proposed bike lanes will only make Holland a healthier and safer place for all. And yes, people might say that I am trying to promote more bike sales for our business, but we don't own a bike shop to just own a business. We own a bike shop because we love bikes, and we know bikes, and we know the positive effects that riding a bike can have on one's physical health, mental health, and the health of the community. Thank you for listening and for your consideration.
Thank you, Jenny. Is there anyone else who would like to address council on this issue? Please come forward. And of course, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Ed Hislop. I live at 237 Vinralty. The big corner that everybody's talking about, 10th and Vinralty. Saw many close calls. My wife just yesterday saw a little child go across the street and thought she was going to see him killed. So I really appreciate the work Brian's done in that intersection. And him and I totally agree on having that on the south side to cross the street. I'm not quite sure about narrowing the street, but what I see is people come around that curve and there's no stop sign or nothing till you get all the way to 16th Street. The same thing with trucks going northbound. That's a slight downhill run, and all they do is pick up speed until they get to the curve and they slow down. So these electronic signs that actually print out what they're actually doing will help, because it did when the trailer was there monitoring that. I saw traffic come down. I have seen people stop to let people cross the street. That's why I'm in favor of yield to pedestrian signs. And if a biker stops and walks across the street, he's a pedestrian, and they should stop. So many towns, in Grand Rapids, I was just in there yesterday, and there's a sign that says stop, yield to pedestrians. Clear and simple, right in the middle of the road. And I think that could happen at Lincoln and at Vinralty. I have not seen that many bikes go down 10th Street in our block in years past, the 7 years that we've been there. And I just don't feel, it's kind of like a tree. You leave Hope College and there's a big trunk. And the farther you get to Holland Park and past, the market, it dwindles to smaller amounts. So when you get down to the last 2 blocks, there's not that much bike traffic that actually travels to Holland Park compared to how much goes on Vinralty. Okay? I also wish that 1.2 million would have been spent citywide to improve biking and intersections rather than just one street. As far as crashes go, we haven't seen much on our end of the street. It's been mostly down by Hope, I think, where there's a lot of traffic in and out and so forth. So I think yield to pedestrians is a big thing. I think there's only 6, maybe 7 in the whole city of Holland that says yield to pedestrians at crosswalks. And I think if we had more of those, they'd make it much safer. So you don't need flashing signs. You just need these little signs that say yield or stop for pedestrians. And some people do stop at 10th and Vinralty and let people across. And we really appreciate that, because sometimes it scares me to death. I'm out there watering the grass, trimming the grass, and I see these people go across, and it's just like, look out when that car comes around that corner. So I agree with what Brian has done to move that more to the south side. I question about narrowing the street. You know, does that eliminate, you know, the width basically in front of our property? You know, because I see sometimes when bikes go by, you know, they use that extra and then they just kind of look and then they zip across the entrance to Collin Park. So that would eliminate that bump out for them, the bikers?
Yeah, so there'd still be a.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, this is just one-way communication. This is not a time for question and answer
Okay.
period, so.
All right, well, like I say, I'm not in favor of the bike path, because I just don't see it needed that far down West 10th Street. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ed. Anyone else who would like to address council at this time? And our industrious city manager is cleaning the podium, so just give him a moment.
And he's doing a fine job.
He is. He
My
does a
name
great
is
job.
My name is Tim Batts. I live at 144 West 10th Street. Lived there 2 years now. We love downtown. We moved downtown because we get around downtown. We are non-motorized travelers, not necessarily bikers, but we walk. Walk the sidewalks, walk the town every night. I can tell you right now, the bike traffic on 10th Street is next to nothing. There's a few, and there again, your study showed with the bike track, I get that. People, hey, let's try it, let's give it a whirl, but that bike number is nothing like it is now. We get far more walkers. Hope College kids come walking down our sidewalks. I sit on my front porch and I talk to them. As far as bike traffic goes, putting bikes out on the road to begin with is a bad idea, I think. I'm all about bike traffic or bike pedaling. If you go to Grand Rapids, you look at all the major streets, and I talking major streets, Ivan Rest, Hall Street, Burton Street, they all got bike lanes on those streets. We're talking about a residential neighborhood, and we're talking about leisure bike riders. Leisure bike riders, the whole part of leisure bike riding is driving through the neighborhood and looking at the houses. We do it. We do it on 10th Street, we do it on 11th, we do it on 12th, we do it on 13th, we do it on all the streets. That's part of bike riding for us. If you're a serious bike rider, you're gonna go to 9th Street. You got a bike lane on 9th Street already that I'm here to tell you it doesn't get used. I don't know why we need why we need two more on 10th Street when you got one 75 yards to the north. That makes no sense. I get the street improvements. I get the trees. There's a few trees that need to go. There are some that they're actually dangerous. They're dropping branches on us. They need to go. If anything, they should widen the sidewalks and give the kids a place to ride. Don't put the kids out in the street with cars. Put the kids on the sidewalk. Let them interact with the walkers. I mean, I had a conversation tonight walking my dog on 9th Street, where you've got an 8-foot wide sidewalk around the Civic Center. What a nice sidewalk. I'm out there, the kids are playing on their bikes, and I stop and I talk to the kids while you're walking. I mean, you'd never get that if you had kids riding out in the street. So that, to me, that's just nuts anyway, but especially if you're looking at leisure bike lanes. This is a residential neighborhood. I don't see the necessary to even have bike lanes there. I'd also like to see the traffic count for Central for bike traffic. We went through all this before, putting the bike lanes in there. How many bikes are actually going down Central? I mean, they did the count for the bike track, so we should know what that number is too to make a decent decision on this. So, anyway, I just reiterate what some of my other neighbors say. So, okay.
Great, thank you, Tim.
Thanks for your consideration.
And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Indeed. My name is Mika Weiss. I live at 60 East 21st Street, and I'm here also with Pedal Holland. So this east-west route, this is crucial for connectivity in Holland. This is the right project, and this is the right time for it. And I want to back up a little bit and tell you a story. So years and years ago, I bought a car from a friend for $100. And it was a disaster in 100 different ways, like you would imagine a car for $100 would be. And it started making these noises when I drove. And I didn't really think much about it because when you have a car that you bought for $100, you don't really pay attention to one more noise. But every time I went around the corner, it started making this like tick, 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 tick sound. I bet some of you already know what this is. Until one morning when the car started lurching to the side when I was driving down the road. And it was a broken tie rod, and it turns out that that's really an important thing to have if you want your wheels to go straight and not eventually collapse into themselves on the street. Paying attention to things that don't work well is really important, and taking action to fix them is even more so. Every first meeting that I have with another nonprofit leader, and we had one here earlier tonight, Scott from Community Action House was here, and he had to take off earlier. But we hear how glad that they are that someone is working on this, because transportation is such a huge issue for their population, and it doesn't matter what vulnerable population we're talking about. This is an issue for everyone. Every housing, every development conversation is heated because of traffic and because of parking. And a local transit study that was published just last week has data showing 13% of Center City households are zero-vehicle households. Now, we've got some work to do figuring out what that number actually means. But it's something to figure out. Now, I don't know that our wheels are going to come off soon or how we know if they actually are, but we're certainly hearing signs that something here could use our attention. So I'm talking about these things which are a little bit bigger than a single cycle track because they're all part of the same feedback loop. And that feedback loop is at the root of the problem that we're beginning to solve this project. That's what we're trying to do here. Because of excessive traffic and a lack of dedicated facilities, it's not safe or comfortable for everyone to walk or bike. And so then we drive, creating more traffic, creating more parking demand, making things less safe for people to walk and bike. And we just keep going that way, bigger and bigger. We see our vehicle miles increase every year. We see things get more and more difficult for people who aren't able to get around in a vehicle in our city. So this isn't a question about if we'll have cars or if we'll use cars. It just means that the people of our city will be happier, healthier, more resilient, and more prosperous if we put cars back in their position as a tool rather than centering them in all of our decisions. This east-west route is a crucial connector route, and I can't overstate that. It is by far the best option going through the center of town. No other street can do what it does. I do not fight this hard for every project. You don't see me here every 2 weeks fighting about some other project. This project is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and it is needed. So we know that our streets are extensions of our yards and extensions of our homes, and we're not interested in causing harm to a neighborhood. They're deeply personal places. We live here, and we know this. On the other hand, our streets are public spaces, and they do exist for the well-being of the community as a whole. We recognize that this is a really difficult reality. So I know you're here for an up and down vote, and we're asking you to consider doing something different because we think that we can level this up a little bit, but I also want to be clear that we do support the city proposal, that this is something that, if executed as it's been presented, would be a positive thing for the city of Holland. But we sent you a twofold recommendation. In our opinion, the modified cycle track, which is the narrower one that Brian was referencing, maintains that 30-foot width, and we think that that's the best long-term alternative. Now, we're familiar with the AASHTO guidance. This is a little narrow. We find the AASHTO guidance to be a little bit restrictive. It's also one of the older guidances that are out there. They've been saying that they're going to update it, and it's going to come out any day now for 2-3 years at least. The NACTO guidance accepts this for constrained spaces. We do see this in other cities. This is being implemented. So we do still think that that would be a viable option. Alternatively, we sent you a version that keeps the same dimensions but creates a parking protected facility, and that would then go into more of a neighborhood greenway. Now, that's a little bit more.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mika. Your time is up. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, yes, my name is Trevor Doublestein, address 3736 64th Street. Obviously, I don't live on 10th Street, but I own a business downtown, and it's a breath of fresh air to see people coming into town on other modes of transportation other than their vehicles. And I'm just wanted to say that I really support this. Took in a lot of the information tonight to see how it would really affect the streets. I think it's a good option and a slower option than 9th Street for bikes to travel on. Seems a little safer. So I just wanted to say I'm in support of it, and I like the options.
Thank you, Trevor.
Short and sweet.
And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Teresa Weller, and I live at 262 West 10th Street. I am on the block between Van Raalte and Washington. And recently, I repaired my lawn, and I put a sprinkling system in and 2 young trees in that tree lawn area. And I'm wondering what the street widening is going to do to the work that I had put into my property. Also, in regards to the parking, I wanted to point out that our block is used during tulip time for the buses, and it's also used 4th of July when there's the fireworks down at the park, and even down at Centennial when there's the events going on down at that park. There's a lot of overflow parking down on our end of the street. So I think if you were to get rid of the south side of the street parking, it's going to be a hindrance to all that public parking usage. And I really appreciate the compromise that you put out to have parking on both sides and shared lanes, because when we had the trial track, it was really difficult to back out of my driveway because I had to watch for sidewalk traffic, then I had to watch for the bike traffic, then I had to watch for 2-lane traffic before I could actually back out of my driveway. And we had that buffer lane we had to watch out for as well. So I find having parking on one side and the bike lane on one side a real difficulty for myself. And so I'm in favor of the compromise, if you are going to put a bike lane in there, to have it be a shared lane and still have parking on both sides of the street. Thank you for listening.
Great. Thank you, Teresa. Anyone else who would like to address council at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment period. Discussion by council. Jay.
I probably said this before, but when I bought my house on 11th Street 30 years ago, I had to sign a document at the mortgage company saying I knew I was buying into a declining neighborhood. And I walked 11th, 10th, 9th, we walk all the time, like many of these people do. It's astounding to me, the investment and the what has emerged on 10th Street. It is a place where it's been invested in, it's become a neighborhood, and I'm speaking specifically now from Van Raalte to Pine. It's clear that there's an interest for non-motorized. I've heard it. We have, as we said, we've got priorities for it. I get that, but I can support this thing because I do believe that this is our future, and I do believe it's good for everybody, and I do want to get there, but not at the cost of what I know will happen to that block between Van Raalte and Pine, because you know how hard I fought for on-street parking for years. It took me 6 years to get us to do that, and that has become an important part of the fabric of why some of 10th Street has evolved the way it has. Do not underestimate what that means to those people, to us. So if this is a priority, it is a priority for us, but it hasn't really, we've talked about it in terms of, well, we talked about it before, it's in a few reports. If we want to make this a priority, and I'm hearing a lot of support for it from the community, then let's make it a priority. Let's make it a serious priority, like Victor said. Let's let's get the MAC involved, let's get Holland Township involved, let's get Park Township involved, and make sure that we've got a plan that in 10 years adds up to the kind of community that a lot of people really want for this thing. So I will not support this if we can't find a way to allow parking on both sides of the street from Monroe to Pine, because you're messing with the fabric of that community, and it's not worth it to me to give that up to allow people, most of the people who support this project, if you look at the addresses, and I read them all, a lot of those addresses I don't even recognize. They're bikers, and they want this thing, and I don't blame them. I want it too. But you're asking people on 10th Street to give up an awful lot to provide that. And I'm not saying squash the project, but I'd like to think we can find a way to modify this thing between Monroe and Pine on 10th Street, because I'll tell you, there isn't a lot of bike traffic there right now. It isn't there. I'm there. I live there. Victor lives there. These people all live on these streets. They're saying the same thing. I hope we're listening. I'm very comfortable narrowing that street, or keeping that so that we share the road. We can put up a sign that said from this point to the park, or this point to Monroe, it's a share road, and share the road. Make some fun signs out of it, or do whatever we want to do. I'd like to think that the biking community will be very happy with all these other changes that I'm comfortable with, from Fairbanks through Hope College, through downtown, all those completely different environment than that last 3 blocks that we're talking about as it dumps into Monroe there. And I'm not gonna support this thing if those changes aren't concurrent on Monroe with what we're talking about there. Mr. Hislop gave us some pretty good advice about, I mean, he literally sits right there and watches it every day. And as far as support, I don't think I've never, in 13 years, I've never had more people reach out to me. I didn't forward emails that I've gotten just to me, but I know how many went to all of us. And if you want to apply that same level of thinking we did just a minute ago on another issue, this is a good time to listen to a community. It's a great compromise. And I'm speaking now, I've sat in 3 neighborhoods, 3 different households in the last month or so. And I'm going out here saying, you know, I do want to support this thing, and I do think there would be support if we can just keep the parking on that 3-block stretch, end it that way, dump it into Monroe, take care of that dangerous crossing, and I'm good. But if we can't do that, then I can't support the notion.
Jay, a little clarification, and Mike, I want you in on this as well. Jay, are you looking to amend Mike's motion? And I guess I'm also asking Mike, were you including the changes at Monroe and 10th Street? That was part of the recommendation. Okay, I just want to make sure that that's clear to all of us.
I haven't heard enough to know that I'm willing to make, I mean, if I'm the only one that feels that way.
No, I think what Mike said is that's already part of the original motion, was to include the recommended changes by staff at Monroe and 10th Street that I think that you were talking about.
We're not talking about parking on both sides of the streets.
Okay, that was my next piece. Okay.
But, for clarification, staff has recommended approval of a design alternative, they've given us a recommendation, but not a finalized recommendation, okay? So technically, he's good with what he's saying.
No,
But,
it doesn't turn out that way.
well, no, just, hold on.
Write it down.
Mr. Technical. The recommendation, however, from staff is such and such.
Mm-hmm.
To have him be whole, he would have to come to an alternate.
So he's gonna, in order for Jay, that's the question that I'm posing
Is that another motion?
is Jay looking to amend the motion?
That's what you were trying to.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Jay will if he hears other people speak.
Okay, I just want to know if you were doing that now. So, okay, great, thanks, Jay. Scott?
I will vote on any plan that helps us reserve as much parking as possible. So I would support that, Jay.
That is what?
That would reserve as much parking as possible, preserve as much parking as possible. I'd support that.
Any other comments from council? Quincy?
Yes, so I think, it's a challenge to ask the residents on Tenth Street to give up something for people who don't live on that street. Then, you know, also I wanna make sure everyone knows that this is going to be under construction regardless of what happens. If we don't do anything with this, and our plan has been to have bikes or build bikeways, then maybe we need to reevaluate some of our goals and that, so. But again, I agree with Mike, or with Mike, is that a compliment? So, I agree with Jay on this one as well. I think we should have shared, so that's where I am on that. So if there's an amendment, I would support that.
Lynn?
Yeah, I would agree, but for a different reason. I'm still concerned about the crossing at Van Raalte. It just doesn't make sense to me to encourage riders west to go west on 10th Street to get to an intersection that's dangerous regardless. And so I'm concerned about that. Actually, I would probably make the change from Maple to Van Raalte. When I stand there on that corner, it seems to me to be two entirely different neighborhoods, and I think that I would almost recommend. In fact, what I was thinking about was not doing anything at all as far as a non-motorized lane on between Maple and Van Raalte, just because of that dangerous crossing, that we don't want to encourage people to go that way. And then the recommendation from to the east. What the city has recommended east of Maple.
Quincy?
I'm almost wondering if we spent a lot of time on this already, and it seems like there's still questions in the air. I'm wondering if we maybe put this on a study session or something. Because it seems
We've got a time constraint in terms of the MDOT funding on this. If we don't make a decision on this tonight, I think that what we're hearing from staff is
that
we lose
today?
that MDOT funding.
We won't get the big bucks. So we would make a decision, the street improvement will go through. Our decision is, what do we add on to it? The bike lanes and the parking or all that, the other extra stuff. But it's on a plan to improve the street. So that, depending on what we decide, that will go through. The rest is what we're.
But part of that, if I heard you right, Brian, on that was a grant request for $1.2 million from MDOT, and a major piece of that grant request is that we were going to include a non-motorized element in that. Did I hear that correctly, or am I stating that correctly, I guess is the best. And if we don't do the non-motorized portion of that, we could still get the funding, but it's going to cause us a problem potentially in the future with future grants, where others may say, hey, you misrepresented what you were saying in that grant application when you were looking at that 10th Street money.
Yeah.
Am I stating that correctly?
Yeah, I think that's fair. So by us adding in the non-motorized element in the application, it made it stronger, right? We were given more points, if you will. Again, I think it doesn't have any direct bearing on this particular grant, but in the future, I think, again, the MAC, that body that looks at those, would call that into question in the future, potentially.
Mike?
And one of the things in terms of the timing, this really gets back to being able to let the project and to be able to build the project when we want to get started on it. So if we start chewing into that timeline, then we don't get started until June, and then we run into troubles trying to get it finished by the end of the construction season.
I just want to add.
Yep. Let me get Mike first, Quincy, and then you.
I just wanted to add, because you were on this discussion, and I've got some more stuff later, but you realize that we are talking a foot difference. Just a foot difference in the width. The road construction is going to happen. It's going to be at 37 feet. If we put bike lanes or parking or whatever, it's going to be at 37 feet, and that was borne out because of the traffic accidents and the narrowness of the street and everything like that. So that's a fact, okay? The bike lane issue is adding 1 foot, 6 inches on either side. Now, I don't want to.
I'm looking for a nod from Brian on that too. Not that I don't believe you, Mike, but yes.
You don't believe me, that's why you went to the expert, that's fine. I just don't want us to get
He's
caught
the
up.
traffic guy.
This is minutia.
Yep.
And I'm not minimizing the fact that we're losing 1 foot on either side of or 6 inches on either side of the street. But that's what we're losing.
Well,
Curb to curb.
but if we don't do the extra foot, and that prevents us from doing the non-motorized element.
Exactly, that's
That's
the difference.
that's what I have an issue with, because I like to believe that the city of Holland stands by its word, that when it puts in an application that it's gonna do a non-motorized element in order to get a grant, and then we get the grant, and we turn around and we don't do, or we short on the non-motorized element, I have a big problem with that.
I wasn't advocating.
No,
at
I'm
this
not,
point.
no,
I was
yes,
just bringing a fact out.
right,
For more discussion
yes.
coming out.
Yeah.
Okay?
So Quincy,
So, Brian, my question now is, after hearing what you just said, would 2 weeks make a big difference?
Yeah, and I would say yes. So we would lose our ability to start construction when we want to. And I do think we start eating into that window.
yeah, go ahead, Dave.
First of all, can you put the slide back up that shows the revised recommendation per block?
At the 666 and 2, Dave?
Yeah, that's it. Okay. To reference some remarks I may or may not have made prior to the motion being made. And also, let me clarify, is the road section that you're proposing 37 or 38 feet?
So option number 6 with the bike lanes is 38 feet.
Right, okay.
Yep.
30, we're talking 38 feet. And I don't mean to kick this can down the road necessarily, but what he needs is to know what the dimension is to make this street. Included with that is the sidewalks and all that. You need to know the final dimensions of what you gotta build so you can let the bids and do all that stuff, right? I mean, I liken it, when I was building cabinets, and someone said to me, I want kitchen cabinets, and I may have a pink sink or a whatever. My concern is, I need to know how much space I've got. I don't give a rip what color sink you put in. You can decide that up until the minute you move in. I need to know this dimension now so that I can do what I have to do. That's the position he's in.
Yep.
So,
Is it as simple as, because I heard you say this before, and this was a question I had for Brian, I think it's appropriate to ask it now. Is it as simple as, I think I heard you say, Dave, when we're talking about parking on one side, parking on both sides, it's painting lines?
asking that.
That's what I'm asking. Is it as simple as painting lines that we tell you, build it at 38 feet, and then we'll talk about where those lines
Yeah.
go?
No, and I would say no from the standpoint that if you look at Central Avenue, and again, I'm sorry for keeping it going back to Central, but we do different things with the curbs at the intersections that doesn't lend itself to an either-or thing, unfortunately, so.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Okay. Lynn?
So what does it actually mean to approve a conceptual design? What could change if we say, sure, go ahead with this? Could anything change?
So in terms of the elements of the project, bikes or no bikes, to me, that's what we really need to know tonight and what that looks like. And then we can move forward. Design details like, again, specifics in front of Ebenezer Church with how we do that parking there. You know, again, a lot of different specifics. We don't need, we will work on those as we go, but we need to have the concept now so that we can fill in those details. Otherwise, we're just, we don't have a design guide, if you will, to work from, so.
Scott?
So trying to preserve as much parking as possible, we're talking about a compromise here. So how much are we preserving? How much parking are we preserving by using Jay's potential amendment to this motion? How much more would we save? I think we said there was 117 parking spaces in the option you were recommending. So if we do 2 lanes or shared lanes, how much are we saving?
Yes, so I would point to the 3 blocks there on the left side of the slide here, and all those deducts, the 12, the 20, and the 18 is what you'd be saving by doing that.
I'm not an accountant, but that's 50.
So in this proposal or this compromise, we're saving about half of the spaces that we originally would be taking away. Roughly.
Approximately.
117, we're saving 50.
A little less.
A little less than half, but we're saving a significant amount.
And, yeah.
Yeah. Are we redesigning your project for you right now? Does that change the curb and stuff the way that you do?
Oh,
Because
yeah, I mean, I need to, right,
But this isn't, if this is an option that we voted on, this is still something that you can move forward with?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But
Okay.
that's the direction we need tonight.
That's, okay, that's just what I want to know. I want to know that we're not putting you in a position where you go, well, that's
Yeah.
going to take
Nope.
me 2 more weeks and put
No.
me behind.
No, if you tell me to go that route, then we have enough. We'll move.
So tell me this route.
I-
Again, I mean, I am so
I-
confused.
I think, if I'm going to be the one that summarizes this, I believe that what we're looking at is moving from east to west. We're looking at option number 6, going block by block, 6, 6,
Yep.
6,
Oh, the same, okay.
2, 2, and then those last three blocks to the west are parking on both sides with sharrows. Is that what we're talking about? Are we talking about, or can we do lanes in there with
Yeah,
it?
no, it's Sharrow's.
It's
yeah.
got to be sharrows for those last 3
Let me,
blocks.
if I may, the cross-section. Let me get there. Here. Okay, parking on both sides, traffic lanes, and then a portion of that traffic lane, we'd have the Sharrow symbol on the pavement.
Okay,
Okay.
so again, going from east to west, it's 6, 6, 6, 4, 4, 2, 2, 2. Or no, 6, 6, 6, 2, 2, 4, 4, 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I'm
I
not
think
an
that-
accountant,
yep.
but that still adds up to 50. Or maybe it doesn't, I don't know.
666, that starts from the far east.
Starting from the east through
That's the Hope College.
Hope College
That's Hope
section,
College.
downtown section, and then we get to Centennial Park. Yep. And then those last 3 on the west are option 4, that's where the Sharrows would be, in those 3 blocks. That gains us 50 parking spaces in that area, give or take. It provides a shared bike and travel lane in those 3 blocks.
And just curious, how many trees would that save? Or does it save any trees?
Yeah, no, it's really.
Our
it's
tree
not-
count's the
The trees
same?
are coming
Yeah,
down.
again,
Okay.
we're talking about,
Right, understood
yep,
that.
2 trees, basically,
And-
still the same 2 trees.
Yeah, same number of trees, but we're only losing 2 in those 3 blocks anyway. Yeah. Or 2 additional trees. Yeah, because every tree is important. Yeah, Dave?
So someone would need to make a motion to amend.
Yes,
Correct?
that is, yes, we have a motion on the table with a second. We need amendment, but we have staff who's interested in interjecting here.
And just while you're making motions, or talking about motions, we did give you 2. Now, we gave you a recommended crossing at Vinralty. But let's just be clear, we need you to give us a recommended crossing at Vinralty also.
My understanding is that was part of Mr. Trethui's original amendment, was to take the recommended crossing. Yes? No?
That was my original.
Okay.
If there's an amendment, then we need to spell it out.
And
Yes.
that crossing is at 10th.
Yes.
See, okay.
Okay, so here's, for parliamentary procedure and clarification purposes, for us here and people in the audience, there are a number of different ways we can go here, but I've got 2 suggestions. One is we either amend the motion that's on the floor right now, or the original motion gets rescinded and somebody makes a brand-new motion that clarifies exactly what we want to do.
Why don't we-
Did I emphasize one of those too much?
Why don't we rescind and then start over?
It needs to be amended.
You want to go with the amendment? So, okay, Mr. Thui's not interested in rescinding his original motion, so we need an amend, if somebody wants to do something, they need to amend the original motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Hoekstra.
I would like to make a motion to amend the motion on the table to alter the cross-sections, and if I may delineate them by number, starting from east to west. 66622. What would it be then?
4.
444. Thanks for the help.
Okay.
Yeah, I make that a motion.
Okay, is there support?
Support.
Are we just opposite? We're not talking about Monroe right now, or that specific interchange.
We haven't said anything on the interchange. The interchange right now is as was originally recommended by staff. Yes, Mike.
Just a technical question. Ron's got a question in his eyes. Are you good with the description that Dave gave?
Yeah, I am, because we've got the option 4 cross-section that was up here before. And I think so you've got the 666224444, and then the Van Raalte intersection recommendation.
And
That
the-
was part of the original motion, so that's not being touched.
And for clarification, the Van Raalte original motion is the one without the islands, yes?
Correct.
The narrow option, the one without, yes, the one without the options, the one without the islands in the middle. Sorry, we do not take questions from anyone in the audience at this point. Let's stay on the, yeah, let's, well, we just want to make sure everybody's clear on what it is that we're talking about.
So technical question then, you're gonna have 2 amendments?
No, I'm just saying, you have an amendment right now well, you've had a motion, a second, we have an amendment to do this.
But you
And we
have-
have an original motion. I don't know.
We have the
necessarily-
original motion, though, that addressed
The island,
the
right. We're
cross-section.
gonna talk about that in a moment.
We have a motion on the table right now that addresses the cross-section, and it also addresses the intersection. So technically, if there's going to be, or there can be a follow-up amendment, separating them. That's what we need to clarify.
Okay, I want to make sure, because again, point of clarification for the mayor. Dave, did you change anything in regard to the crossing at Van Raalte?
I did not.
So really, the change that has been made is those western 3 blocks, the design of those was changed, Van Raalte was not, and the 5 blocks to the east remain the same as the original motion. The amendment is just for those 3 blocks.
As it stands.
As it stands, we've got a motion and support discussion, Mr. Garcia.
I think still a clarifying question.
Sure.
I mean, so I don't know, Scott, if you're, because I'm not certain about the option on the crosswalk. Is that kind of what you're getting at? That you're still considering the other option? No, that's not. Because as the vote would stand right now, I mean, I'm voting on the crosswalk recommendation as well.
Okay, I was going to say, let me make if you were going to change it, let me make a recommendation, I think that follows Scott's, which is let's deal with the amendment that's on it, see where that goes. If somebody wants to make a change in regard to the crosswalk, let's do that before we vote on the original motion.
We just need to make sure that that was very clear.
Yes, I thank you for the clarification and providing that clarity, Mr. Thui, I appreciate it.
That's why I get paid the big bucks.
That is why you get paid the big bucks. Especially around the table here, does everybody understand what we're talking about? Yes, okay. Any other discussion on the amendment to the motion? Kathy, would you please call the roll in regard to the amendment on the original motion?
Raymond.
Yes.
Byrd.
Yes.
Peters.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Trethewey.
Yes.
Arnshorst.
No.
Corbin.
Yes.
Hoekstra.
Yes.
Mayor Bucks.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, now we're to the original motion as amended. Any discussion on the original motion now as it has been amended? Mr. Byrd?
I guess more than anything, because I've seen some heads nod no, that they didn't understand if there's an opportunity for you to lay that out.
I can definitely do that. The motion as amended that it's on the floor right now, moving from east to west, is 6, 6, 6, 2, 2, 4, 4, 4, with the narrow option for Vinralty that, in my mind, and this is for my clarification, does not include the traffic islands in the middle. Okay, that's what we're voting on. Does that make sense to you too?
Yes, it does. So
Okay.
the only three that are gonna be changed are the ones that are close to Collins Park.
Yes, the 3 western blocks.
Right.
Yep. Any discussion? Go ahead, Quince.
One more thing.
Yeah.
And those will be the share lanes.
Those 3 would be the share lanes, yes.
Right.
Yep. Any other questions, discussion? Or amendments?
Or what?
Or amendments, would you like to amend the motion as it currently stands? All right.
I don't like anything.
All right, Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Byrd?
Yes.
Peters? Garcia?
Yes.
Trethewey?
Yes.
Arnshorst?
No.
Corbin?
Yes.
Hoekstra?
Yes.
Raymond?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. We have our
thank you.
marching orders.
Good, thank you. Next item on our agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Point of order.
Mr. Trethewey.
There is one request that I'm going to make of this whole thing, also, and to the city manager to go with the DPW. There is a request, because of lack of lighting along this route, that the street lighting get reevaluated, specifically on the west end. There's one street light between Vinralty and Maple, or one Maple and Washington. So we'd like to, especially if you're going to put more bicycles on the road, to have some more reevaluation done, and with the tree canopy being moved, that may be the prime opportunity to add some street lighting there for safety of everybody involved.
So I hear you. I'm looking at Brian to help me pass that on because he is in coordination with them all the
He's
time. It's an evaluation that we're doing. We're passing that request on.
With the
For
nature, the
evaluation.
change in the tree structure, the change of the bike's gonna be on there, it's time to reevaluate that. Thank you.
All right. No, we're not making that amendment. We're moving on to item 6.1, gifts. Kathy, would you please tell us the gifts? Please.
The city manager's office is pleased to report the following gifts: Department of Public Safety Services, Fire Operation, Wilhelmina Steckity, to provide food for the on-duty crews, $1,000. Police Operations, Cunningham Dahlman Victim Services, $80. Downtown Group, Windmill Island Gardens, Holland Horticultural Club, $900. Parks and Recreation, Sal Perez Scholarship Program, various anonymous donors, $70. It is recommended that these donations be accepted with appreciation, credited to the appropriate account, and an expression of gratitude be forwarded to said donors.
Motion to accept with appreciation.
Moved by Trethewey. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Byrd. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item, 6.2, approval of contingency budget for the Mike Trethewey Memorial Dog Park Project at Vinralty Farm.
Yes, support.
I think Mr. Trethewey is still alive.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can still, you know, I like to think about Mike all the time. He's in my memories all the time. It's getting late. It's getting late.
Getting late, so yeah, I'll just jump right in. So, Dog Park is moving along quite nicely if you haven't been out there. This is going to serve as an update and then a recommendation, but you can see the fencing is starting to go in. The Dolomite trails are in. If you look at the big circle, that's a concrete circle that actually splits the big and the small dog park. And you can just see, they're kind of hard to see in there, but on the opposite sides, there's little blue piping sticking up. Those are the doggy watering stations. So you can see the building is moving along quite nicely as well. Our project manager describes that building as a little Yeti cooler. It's so well insulated, so it's looking good. It's going to keep heat in the wintertime, keep those kiddos at the sledding hill and those folks at the dog park nice and warm. Kind of the overall view, this is over the cornfield off 24th Street looking back. You can see the green area. They're starting to hydro seed, so we'll have an opportunity for that hydro seed to get established a little bit before we get the fencing in the park and get dogs in there, but we're pretty well on track. You can see Andy modeled one of the natural benches that are in there for us. So
Is he on the big side or the little side?
I'm trying to keep this going, but they're not. But there's I believe there's 8 of these, and then some more standard traditional handicap accessible benches throughout the park. And then there's really the overall view. It gives you an idea of the scale of the park, gives you an idea of the trees that we're able to retain in that area. And you know, if you remember that the far left corner, used to go a little closer to the property line. We actually modified where that trail went to be a little more cognizant of the neighbor and their need. What we were asking you for tonight is a contingency. We have come across a couple of really fairly minor things that we've had to add, or we need to add to the project to make it code compliant, some changes to the buildability of it, and also some things that just make sense to do now for a safety factors later on, rerouting a downspout, putting a access hole into the ceiling in the utility rooms, just some fairly minor stuff that comes up through the course of these projects. We're asking for a $20,000 contingency. That's less than 4.5% at this point. We're confident that gets us through the things we've identified so far and anything that may come up. That should have been in the report when we first had you authorize that. So that's on me. I would have asked probably, I told Keith when we did the Civic Center project, I swore up and down I'd never do a project without at least a 10% contingency. So the next time a project comes to you, it will come with a 10% contingency. If that doesn't happen, Mike, I would like a friendly reminder. You're quite good at that. So the request tonight is for City Council to authorize the $20,000 contingency for the dog park before I fall asleep.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Trethewey, support by Corbin. Any discussion? Let's do a roll call on this one. Kathy, would you please call the roll? Yes. Oh, Quincy, sorry.
When you present this again, I don't know if you have any of these, but could you put the before pictures with it as well, just to see all the work that's been done with this? Because I know it's not just, it looks like it just popped up, but we know there's a lot of work that was involved.
Yeah, that's a fantastic idea, and it's always fun. You know, what I'd really like to do is hopefully, you know, we can actually get everybody out there somehow, because I think council setting foot out there is really important. Well, all of you that have dogs should be out there when it's complete, but going out there and then having some of that before and after stuff, because it's an incredible change. So yeah, great idea.
Yeah.
Scott, is there expected ribbon cutting day or something like that? Some grand opening that we're gonna do?
You know, because we don't know what we can do, there is some question to that yet. We're shooting for a mid to late November completion of the project, so it may be more appropriate to do an official ribbon cutting in the springtime, but we can definitely do something out there for sure.
Great. Any other questions, comments? Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Peters. Garcia.
Yes.
Trethewey.
Absolutely.
Arnsworth.
Yes.
Corbin.
Yes.
Hoekstra.
Yes.
Raymond.
Yes.
Bird.
Yes.
Mayor Box.
Jay stole my joke, so yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next item, communications from the city manager. It looks like it's about 7:30. So
Not at 10:28, sir. I have nothing.
All right. Appointments and communications from the mayor. A couple of appointments. Please accept the appointments of Michael Start to the International Relations Commission for a partial term, and that term will expire on June 30 of 2022. Mr. Start will replace Commissioner Baltazar Nunez Aguado. who resigned on August 27 of 2020. And also accept the appointment of Allison Hovinga Barraza to the International Relations Commission for a partial term, that term expiring June 30, 2022. She will be replacing Commissioner Carol Jurgens, who resigned effective September 30, 2020. And please accept the resignations of Baltazar Nunez Aguado from the International Relations Commission effective August 27, 2020, and the resignation of Carol Jurgens from the International Relations Commission effective September 30, 2020.
Move to approve all of that.
Moved by Hoekstra. Is there support?
Support to all of that.
Support by Trethewey to all of that. Any discussion about all of that? All right, Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Garcia,
Yes.
Trethewey,
Yes.
Arnshorst,
Yes.
Corbin, Hoekstra,
Yes.
Raymond,
Yes.
Byrd, Peters, Mayor Box.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item, 15A, council appointments for city boards and commissions. Mr. Trethewey.
Mr. Mayor, we have a couple of appointments to the Board of Appeals. Partial term by Mr. Mark, Vaisaki, thank you. Said partial term expiring June 30 of 23. Mr. Vaisaki will replace Jeanette Brownson, whose term expired on June 30th. Devin Shea is an alternate to the Board of Appeals. Partial term, said term also expiring on June 30 of 2023. Mr. Shea will replace board member John Bedard, who left alternate position to become a full member. Those are in the form of a motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, moved by Trethewey. Is there support? Support by Garcia. Any discussion? Kathy, please call the roll.
Trethewey,
Yes.
Arnshorst,
Yes.
Corbin, Hoekstra,
Yes.
Raymond,
Yes.
Byrd, Peters, Garcia, Mayor Box.
Yes.
Motion passes.
One more motion out there.
No. You didn't
Motion to
ask.
go to.
Would you please,
I
I would
have a comment.
Oh, you have a comment. I'm sorry. Please, go ahead. Take your
I'm-
time.
And I'm really, really excited about all the tree planting and people concerned about trees and things like that, because you know what? We've got a shovel and a planter that'll fit your hand coming up this Saturday.
Thank you.
It's called Tulip Time Planting. And those of you who have been on council, Dave, myself, and Jay, had this happen. It was council's idea to do window on the waterfront. So I'm expecting 9 members of council to be out there between 8 and 10, or 10 and noon, this coming Saturday, to help plant tulips. Now, out of towns we ain't buying that stuff.
Do you have to have experience?
You do not have to have experience, although I've had about 15,
Do you have to
you've
br-
had close to 15.
Do you have to
But
bring your own tools?
No.
No.
The only thing you have to bring is your willingness and your gloves.
Is there
And your
likely
mask.
free coffee and donuts?
There will be cider, probably. There will be donuts. There will be coffee. There will be a good time had by all. So, they're looking for volunteers. We've got 70,000 tulip bulbs to put in the ground. 70,000. Get on to tuliptime.com, volunteer. You can do one or the other.
Or both?
Or like me, you do both. But we're looking, it's serious, so we're looking for some people to be out there. It's always a great time. You're out in, and it's supposed to be beautiful weather. You're out in the fresh air. Make sure you bring your mask. There will be tutorials. There will be guidance to make sure you put the bulb in the right way. Because it's very, very critical. Otherwise, you get the roots up instead of the bulb. We've seen that.
Mike, I do want to thank you for bringing that up, because Mike and I have been out there for years and years and years, and I've commented before on how we don't see all of the council members out there. I think it's really important for the public and for Tulip Time to be able to see the support of council out there. And I think the best part of it is during Tulip Time, you get to take your friends out and show them the tulips that you planted. Because it is a wonderful thing to be able to do, so
this is
please.
Park at Window on the Waterfront?
Window on the Waterfront Park, there are 2 different sessions, 8 to 10, 10 to 12, this coming Saturday.
Get
But
on
they like you to sign up ahead of time.
tuliptime.com, under
Yep.
volunteers, there's a slot that you can do one or the other, so, or both.
Parking is on 10th Street, especially the west 3 blocks of 10th Street. All right, any other comments or communications from council? My apologies for skipping over that. No, seeing none, I will entertain one final motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Moved by, supported by Peters, and then moved by Terthui. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you, we are adjourned.